I'm Joel Clark, a Select Quote agent, with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and he can't take it with him. Well, I went to work and found Ray, who's 40 and takes medication to control his high blood pressure, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. That's way more coverage for a lot less than what he was paying. If SelectQuote didn't shop for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote and to find out how much you can save, call 1-800-403-5050. That's 1-800-403-5050. 1-800-403-5050. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous, because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Be
sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Hundreds of rescuers battling extremely rough conditions on the Potomac River this morning. They're in a desperate search to find survivors after a jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew members collided with an Army helicopter carrying 3 near Ronald Reagan National Airport near Washington yesterday. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We did finally have an ICE raid here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
This is in Philadelphia's Juniata Park section.
If ICE had streaming channel and you could pay $9.99 a month to watch it for all of the major city deportation efforts, would you not sign up for that and watch that? ICE agents kicking down doors, arresting people. I'd love to go on one of those personal raids myself, sit in the back of the car.
They're just letting people come along with them. Dr. Phil.
Well, what did you do?
God, should deport him.
Come on.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes
and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
And this is the Fox Business Report.
Down across the board on Wall Street Wednesday, the Dow lost 137, the S&P 500 28, and the NASDAQ 101, following the Fed's decision to leave its key interest rate where it is, between 4.25% and 4.5%. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
We know that reducing policy restraint too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation.
Microsoft's second quarter earnings beat Wall Street estimates, but its revenue for its cloud computing service came in lower than expected. Meta reported strong fourth quarter earnings, but its revenue outlook for the first quarter was soft. And Tesla reported revenue for the fourth quarter below estimates. For the full year, its global vehicle deliveries fell 1%, the first annual decline in more than a decade. Apple reports earnings today, and we will also get the weekly unemployment figures. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This week, when the president addressed House Republicans in Doral, Florida at their annual policy retreat, he floated the possibility of changing, maybe even ending, income tax.
We had no income tax. The income tax came in 1913. As I said in my speech last week, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. Does that make sense, right?
The president has promised more tariffs on China. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in her first press briefing Tuesday at the White House.
And the president has also put out specific statements in terms of Canada and Mexico when it comes to what he expects in terms of border security. We have seen a historic level of cooperation from Mexico, but again, as far as I'm still tracking, and that was last night talking to the president directly, February 1st is still on the books.
But there are a number of other ways economic issues are intersecting with global affairs and geopolitics. President Trump has said he wants to consider taking back the Panama Canal, accusing the Chinese of illegally operating it. The Panama Canal Authority and the country's president refute that, but a Chinese company is in control of two main ports, one on each side of the canal. A federal maritime commissioner, Daniel Maffei, told a Senate panel this week.
If owning and managing adjacent ports means that China somehow has operational control or strategic control over the Panama Canal, they also have it over the Suez, the Singapore Straits, the Mediterranean Sea, and the English Channel.
He recommends the U.S. make more foreign investment. If there's an appetite for that, it would require prioritizing. And this president has put a number of items at the top of his geopolitical agenda.
Nobody's calling it a doctrine yet, but I think that to the extent that there is kind of a default doctrine, it appears that it's kind of one of reciprocity.
Jared Cohen is co-head of the Goldman Sachs Global Institute and president of Global Affairs.
And I think President Trump has been very clear that when it comes to defense spending as a percentage of GDP, when it comes to trade deficits, when it comes to energy, when it comes to how countries are dealing with China vis-a-vis the U.S., that reciprocity is really important. I think there's also kind of a Trump algorithm that reciprocity plus acceptance that his approach is more transactional, plus an assumption that despite history, there's no bilateral or multilateral relationship that is necessarily special or that he is nostalgic for. I think what it does is it creates almost kind of a blank slate, even though he was president already once before. And so, look, we're in day 10 of the administration. There's actually no new tariffs yet. He's indicated 25% on Canada and Mexico are coming. To me, all that means is that's a sort of first draft, and the ceiling, it may be nothing at all. It may be much less than that. He's hinted at potential tariffs on India and China. I personally think what you're going to see is more of what President Trump did with Colombia, which is the use of tariffs as a negotiating tactic, in addition to the use of tariffs to correct some of these issues of reciprocity.
That's really interesting. And you touch on this in a recent op-ed that's on foxnews.com. But tell me, when he floats getting rid of the income tax and setting up an external revenue office, does it actually signal a deeper commitment to tariffs beyond a negotiating tool, that maybe this is a longer-term way he'd like to collect more revenue, knowing eventually those tariffs would be passed on to the consumer, so maybe taking off income tax would balance that out?
Well, look, I think if you look at the name, the External Revenue Service, it's very clever political positioning to kind of draw on a frame of reference that Americans have for the IRS, and it certainly creates a perception that other people are footing the bill. And look, in the short term, there's a revenue benefit, but as you said, it eventually gets passed on to the consumer. I think there's three categories of tariffs that we should pay attention to. Two of them, I think, are easier to navigate. The third category is the hardest. So you'll have some where he announces something either at a high level or with some degree of detail, where it's just very clear that it's a negotiating tactic, and where it's going to end up is not where it starts. I think those will typically be pretty obvious. I think a second category are tariffs that he announces with more detail, that he believes he can implement, and that will likely be implemented exactly as stated. Again, I think those will be pretty obvious, and the indication there will be just the level of specificity around the time of the announcement. I think the third category is going to be the one that's complicated from the market perspective, which is tariffs that he announces at a high level with an intent to execute, but where the details are going to be figured out later. That the market might react negatively to, but where there's a 6-month lag as it gets kind of winnowed down, and there's a friction between the implications and reality. And so what you end up with is kind of a 6-month head fake to the market. Those ones are going to be harder to detect because I'm not sure the administration will know exactly what falls in that third category.
I know you said we're not even 2 weeks in here. When you look at everything he's doing, the tariffs, the proposed tariffs, the desire to examine federal funding, how it's spent on foreign aid and NGOs, how he wants to entice companies to come back to the U.S. and promising them a lower tax rate if they make products here. When you look at all of that, what do you think it might mean for how we end up competing on the world stage, especially against China? Like, what is this? What is the shift you see?
Well, so if you look at President Trump's early moves, right? So so far, Trump has actually defied conventional wisdom on what his foreign policy would be, right? So let's just kind of go through this bit by bit. So he said he wanted to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Then that became the first 100 days. It's now looking like 6 months. He didn't actually sell out Ukraine. He threatened Russia with sanctions. He said he's going to work with Saudi Arabia to lower gas prices to hurt the Russian economy. So that's one surprise. President Trump has also been, so far, pretty conciliatory towards China relative to what others thought. TikTok's an example of this, but also he said he wants to meet with Xi Jinping. They had a call, although it's debatable, whether he initiated the call or Xi Jinping initiated the call. Maybe it's to get his help pressuring Russia on Ukraine. Maybe it's for some kind of a deal on fentanyl. To me, there's an open question about whether he announces tariffs on China before or after that meeting. I think that will say more about the sort of the strength, the perceived strength of his hand going into that meeting, or how the meeting actually goes. He has not yet done a maximum pressure campaign on Iran. And by the way, he may not need to change a lot, right? So the sanctions are already there, although the Biden administration hasn't enforced them. It'll be harder to enforce them because now 90% of Iran's energy resources go to China, so they've gotten very good at sanctions evasion. But even on the Middle East, look, he's all over the place. Everyone's pro-Israel. But his national security people at DOD, they're largely what I would sort of describe as restrainers and isolationists who want us out of there. But then you have the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor who are big Iran hawks, right? And so you think about a strike on Iran's nuclear facility, which Israel wants to do but can't do without U.S. support. That debate's going to have to play out inside the administration. And then to me, the one that's kind of interesting is the Western Hemisphere, which for multiple administrations has been kind of taken for granted. I think it's taking on a lot more prominence in this new administration, right? You know, what do Greenland, Panama, Mexico, Canada, and Colombia all have in common? They're all in the Western Hemisphere, right? So Marco Rubio, who's kind of more of a traditional foreign policy person, he's downgraded transatlantic issues in favor of the Indo-Pacific. And if you look at his first trip, you know, his first meetings were with Quad foreign ministers, and his first trip is going to be to Panama, Guatemala, El Salvador, Costa Rica, and Dominican Republic. To me, that's a meaningful paradigmatic shift in terms of how the U.S. is engaging with the world.
You wrote a book called Life After Power, 7 Presidents and Their Search for Purpose Beyond the White House. And in a recent op-ed, you reflect on President Trump and how he's redefined life after presidency in modern times, coming back for a second term. Seeing that after writing your book, were you like, well, we're going to do part 2 here?
I wrote Life After Power because I was sort of annoyed by this elusive question that all type A people are grappling with, which is, what do you do next? I look at Thomas Jefferson, who was kind of a serial founder. I looked at John Quincy Adams, who, as an ex-president, was elected to 9 terms in the House of Representatives and had a second act where, at a much lower station, he found a much higher calling and became a leader of the abolitionist movement. I look at Grover Cleveland, who made a comeback, having no idea that when the book came out, Grover Cleveland would be relevant again. What's interesting about the Cleveland and Trump analogy, other than the fact that they're the only 2 presidents to serve 2 non-consecutive terms or have 2 non-consecutive presidencies, you know, they don't have a ton in common other than the fact that they're both from New York. I mean, I think to me what's so interesting, given Trump's obsession with tariffs, the reason Cleveland lost the presidential election in 1888 is because he took a principled stand that the U.S. did not need tariff hikes. Obviously, Trump's coming back, you know, with the exact opposite position. And so in a lot of respects, he has more in common with William McKinley than he does with Grover Cleveland, given, you know, that William McKinley was a sort of tariff hiker. Donald Trump is dealing with an economic boom and talking about buying Greenland and retaking the Panama Canal, right? And so these are very, very different contexts. And so I think it's just important to be historically accurate about it.
Just briefly before I let you go, I just really want your thoughts about, especially given your day job, about the talk from President Trump about expanding, about, you know, taking the Panama Canal back and about taking over Greenland. We haven't had a president talk like that in sort of this land expansionism, and I don't remember since.
Well, look, the most predictable thing about Donald Trump is his unpredictability, right? And so I think that's an important thing to remember. I think, look, when he says something, you have to take it at face value. The details matter. I think you should take the Greenland thing probably more seriously than the Panama Canal one, given that you have an actual treaty associated with the Panama Canal. So it's a lot more complicated. I think with Greenland, the thing that I'm actually watching there is, remember how much geopolitical competition there is around the Arctic. And if you look at the tensions with Russia, one of the things that I find myself wondering is whether he's serious about Greenland or not. He's certainly taking steps that would at least make the Russians wonder if he's serious. And so a question you have to ask is, if there's too much agitation around Greenland, do the Russians do something in response around Svalbard, you know, in the Arctic, or do they do something around Antarctica, right? I mean, you know, I think that they're not just going to sit back and, you know, watch the U.S., you know, tease the idea of making inroads in very sort of geostrategically important areas, right? And I think that that's going to be something to watch, that even just provocation, even just kind of agitation, whether it gets consummated or not, has geopolitical implications.
Yeah. Jared Cohen, co-head of the Goldman Sachs Global Institute, president of Global Affairs, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
endorsement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-894-6680. That's 800-894-6680. Again, 800-894-6680.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council. This is a Fox News alert. I'm Sue Guzman. Rescuers battling extremely rough conditions this morning to try to find survivors after a plane crash midair with a military jet landing in the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport last night. At least 18 people have reportedly died. Kansas Senator Roger Marshall expressing his grief for those lost in the crash.
When one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure.
Reagan National Airport closed until at least 11 a.m. 20-year-old Israeli soldier Agam Berger is back in the hands of the IDF as Israel waits for Hamas to release 2 other Israeli hostages.
29-year-old Arbel Yahud also going home from Gaza, and 80-year-old man Gadi Moses. These releases are the result of the ceasefire agreement struck earlier this month.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The New York Knicks are rolling, while the Denver Nuggets are suddenly slumping. The Knicks defeated the Nuggets 122-112 Wednesday night at Madison Square Garden, improving to 32-16 on the season. New York started slow in January, going 4-6 to begin the month, but they've now won 5 straight games and are just 1 game back of the Celtics for the second spot in the Eastern Conference. For the Nuggets, they started off the month on a tear, winning 10 of their first 13 games in January, but they've dropped their last 3 contests. Denver is now just 1 game up on the Lakers and Clippers for the 4th spot in the West. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I mean, we're not going to pass on generational talent. It's context here. And it totally flipped the odds in favor of Travis Hunter. Now, Travis Hunter could be the pick, but it would take a team not willing to trade up to get a quarterback at that point. I just want to clarify that. It's not because they're tipping their hand in January for April's draft. Here's the tweet or the post from Schefter. Football Operations Chad Brinker at today's press conference to introduce new GM Mike Pagano. We won't pass on a generational talent with the first pick of the NFL draft. So, again,
it's a very selective quote.
Well,
without the context of the rest of it. Isn't it incredible, though, that Adam Schefter can just set betting markets the way he can?
Well, I mean,
with someone with his voice can put that out there and then people see it. No, well, it's going to be Travis Hunter. I didn't take that at all from the quote, by the way, when he said it.
So the public
he's kind of
sees
stating
that,
the obvious.
And the public's saying exactly what I think we all feel. There's not a generational talent at quarterback. Because that's why the generational talent comment flipped the money to Travis Hunter.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Fed is taking a break on lowering interest rates. Following a 2-day meeting, Fed Chair Jay Powell says policymakers unanimously decided to keep rates right where they are until they see further progress on inflation. Microsoft's Azure cloud computing business reported a 31% revenue gain. And while that sounds pretty good, it was slower than the 34% pace in the prior quarter. Analysts had expected a 32% rise. While Meta Platforms, the parent of Facebook and Instagram, saw better than expected sales in the fourth quarter, but sales this quarter may not be as rosy as analysts predict. CEO Mark Zuckerberg, though, is predicting this will be a really big year for the company. He expects its AI assistant to reach 1 billion people to become the most widely used. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Are you worried about your taxes? Okay, so I'm talking to those of you out there that have not filed in a few years with the IRS or state. It's time to get worried, and here's why. The IRS is getting back from their own COVID lockdown, and they're hiring more enforcers, and they're going to come after people that owe taxes. So if you're a 1099 worker, and maybe you just plain forgot to file your taxes, you need to call the professionals right now at the Tax Helpline. They are experts at knowing the tax regulations, and their goal is to help you pay as little as possible. Call right now and get a 100% free tax evaluation. Remember, before the IRS knocks on your door, knock on our door. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, make this free call right now.
Call Texas 321 now at 800-808-9443. 800-808-9443. That's 800-808-9443.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Identity Theft Awareness Week is here. There's a victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second and will fix identity theft guaranteed or your money back. Plus, plans include the $1 million protection package with up to $3 million in coverage for the most comprehensive plan. Take control of your identity with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, January 30th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this morning. Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Super action-packed, loaded Thursday. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday. A lot of breaking news this morning.
Oh, a lot of breaking news. My goodness gracious. A lot of tragic information to share in all likelihood. Sean Farish, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning to everybody. Yes, tragedy last night outside of D.C. airport. A lot of speculation as to what went on. I've been following a lot of these pilots on X who are explaining how something like this could happen and how it could be an accident. And I know a lot of people look at it and see something, they think it must be impossible. But unfortunately, these explanations from these pilots, it seems to be that there was just an immense amount of human error and miscommunications down to the Black Hawk identifying the wrong plane and never seeing the plane.
Sean, I should say this is for those just waking up and not knowing. This is a breaking news story with hundreds of divers in the water in the Potomac Regional American Airlines passenger jet and a Black Hawk military chopper colliding over Washington, D.C. last night in our nation's first major commercial airline crash since 2009.
Wow.
Yeah. No survivors have been found, but they are still searching in the river. There is a Philadelphia impact to Philadelphia International, so we'll update that as well.
How about that? First time in 16 years. All right, we have a lot to get to on the show. A big take on Bobby's big day on Capitol Hill. The good, the bad, the ugly, the funny, the confrontations. Bobby and Pocahontas in a shouting match, which is, like the equivalent of the worst Karen against the guy that has obviously a vocal issue. We'll get into it. We'll talk about it in the big take. Fetterman, his thoughts on RFK Jr.'s chances and also Trump's recess appointment availability. We'll get you an update on Philadelphia and illegal aliens, the bad hombres, as Sean Farish would say. Also, our buddy Newman Price has made a Bad Boys, Bad Hombres remix. We will play that for you in the first hour of the show. Also, Captain America decides to walk it back a little bit after he criticized the country that's, feeding his bank account millions of dollars for playing a stupid character in a movie, even though he hates America. We'll talk about it. Mark Zuckerberg, he's going to compensate Donald Trump $25 million for shutting him down on Meta 4 years ago. And we've got the cut sheet and a whole lot more. But let's start with the news. Not a great way to start the day, but at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this morning, Thursday morning, January 30th. We are sponsored in the news by Meineke, and we begin with tragic news. President Trump releasing a statement from the White House this morning. God bless their souls. As we've been telling you, a regional American Airlines passenger jet, as well as a Black Hawk military helicopter colliding over Washington, D.C. last night. And this is the first major commercial airline crash, as we said, since 2009. There are confirmed fatalities from this collision, as you can imagine. Law enforcement sources on the scene. There are divers by the hundreds in the Potomac as I speak. And so they're saying this ongoing operation, as they have pulled several bodies from the frigid Potomac River. So far, no survivors rescued. It was based in Virginia. That's where the flight was coming from. So they're working with local officials and will provide additional information. We look toward maybe news conferences this morning. Obviously, many investigators on the scene as well. The Federal Aviation Administration said preliminary information indicates that a PSA Airlines CRJ 700 regional jet collided midair with a Sikorsky H-60 helicopter while on the approach to the airport. It's important to note the water temperature in the Potomac River this morning and last night, 36 degrees. Air temperature at the time of the crash, 50 degrees, so warmer, but winds gusting up to 30 miles an hour. This is a very rough situation for any kind of a rescue operation. And so that's important to point out. These first responders risking their lives. Sean, I heard you say something, so I didn't know if you wanted to add.
No, I said,
just
I was
jump in.
agreeing. No, I was agreeing with you.
So at least 19 pulled from the water. We know that the FAA, NTSB, they're investigating. They will continue to investigate. NTSB obviously leading the investigation. We know now that figure skaters, as well as their coaches, were returning from the national championships. They were aboard the American Airlines flight that collided with this Black Hawk chopper right near Reagan National Airport. And so the U.S. Figure Skating Organization, family members, others, they have confirmed that these athletes, coaches, and family members were returning home from the National Development Camp that was held along with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship in Wichita, Kansas. And so that was the statement that they're saying they're just devastated. Unspeakable tragedy, holding the victims' families closely in their hearts, continuing to monitor the situation this morning.
You know what's remarkable, and you mentioned the year 2009, the last time we had a commercial tragedy like this and I just want to go back to what Sean had said about, communication mistakes and human errors. In this day and age of terrible communication, despite the technology, which you would think should eradicate communication errors, and you're working in an industry where communication is paramount, I'm honestly surprised we don't have a higher frequency of these god-awful tragedies. I mean, it's like flying is so incredibly safe, and the odds of this happening compared to you getting killed on the Schuylkill or the Blue Route, the math is just, wildly different. So thankfully that these things only happen, 4 or 5 times a lifetime. But my God, it's just indefensible that it could be communication errors and human errors.
That's what several pilots were saying again on X when you listen to and these are folks with years. I mean, I put a post up a little while ago. I figured, with the amount of people that are following me on X, why don't we see how many of them are pilots, right? And so somebody with 30 years of flying experience kind of added some context, because I was laying awake thinking, like, how could this happen, right? I mean, like, how do you there's air traffic control for this reason, to make sure that folks aren't too close to each other. It's not supposed to happen, but usually this is because one of the colliding aircraft just doesn't see the other one. There's apparently a very well-known collision in Alaska where there was just line of sight issue. And in this case, there was a departing flight at the same time that there was an approaching flight. They were on different runways. And this pilot with 30 years of experience on X, he said that when air traffic control asked if they had a visual of the commercial regional jet, that they responded in the affirmative of the departing flight. They saw the departing flight, but never saw the approaching flight. And the approaching flight never saw the helicopter, because the helicopter apparently was flying dark with ADS-B off in this training exercise. And it just amounted in complete and total disaster and tragedy.
We have the video, Phil Almquist, as Dawn continues, if you want to just roll it for those that maybe did not see it the first time about 2 minutes ago when Phil was playing it. It's a very distant shot, but you can get the gist of what happened, and obviously the tragic explosion, which you'll see here
in the distance
on YouTube. It's below the flight. You'll see a flight above. and you see a little fireball below, that is obviously the collision and the impact.
And of course, this investigation, usually we don't know the full results of that probe until maybe a year later. I know locally, nationally, people were quoting President Trump. The White House has released a statement, an official statement, that God bless their souls and that he has been briefed on this. But initially, Trump had put out, it is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up or down or turn? So he had posted that on his Truth Social platform. Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. And then in all caps, he put not good. So that was an initial posting that he had done. Obviously, after he was briefed then with the situation where he was talking about air traffic control, what they should have been advised of, that sort of thing, then they put out the official statement realizing that there were not survivors. Or so far, there are not survivors.
And you said 64 on board, correct?
Yeah, so they have pulled, I'm hearing some reports are 18, some 19 who have been, their bodies have been pulled from the river, from the Potomac. I will say that in this kind of situation, everybody's praying for a miracle. It was unusually warm. We had that 50-degree weather, even though it was 36 degrees. I know that the family, certainly many, just praying for some kind of a miracle. So we'll continue to follow it for you. And just so you know that here in Philadelphia, obviously, Reagan International Airport is shut down until 11 a.m. today. We're expecting some news conferences and more news. But at this point, a lot of flights obviously have to be diverted. So we're hearing now that there's a ripple effect, if you will, with flight delays, that sort of thing, because flights have to be diverted away from Reagan International as this is conducted. So we are impacted. So that heads up, I think it's obvious, but for people just headed out the door, if you're, headed for Philadelphia International or any local airport, you want to check first because they're obviously diverting all the flights, and East Coast, Philadelphia International is another obvious place where they would be headed. We also have a judge sentencing disgraced former Senator Bob Menendez, Democrat from New Jersey. This is historic because he has been sentenced to 11 years in prison, and that is after his trial for the long-running bribery and foreign influence scheme of rare gravity. That's what the judge told Menendez as he gave this. So the sentence is the harshest ever handed down to United States Senator, breaking down in tears then, Menendez pleading with the district judge, Sidney Stein, for mercy in the New York City courtroom. And he said, I've lost everything other than family. I've lost everything I care about. Every day I'm awake is punishment. I am far from a perfect man. In half a century of public service, I have done far more good than bad. But the judge telling him that he takes no pleasure in this sentence. Prosecutors had requested a 15-year sentence for Menendez, who is 71 years old. He was convicted last July on 16 counts of bribery, earning that nickname Gold Bar Bob. Also, extortion, conspiracy, obstruction of justice. First U.S. senator in our nation's history to be convicted of working as a foreign agent.
I wonder if he would get through Senate confirmation hearings, Gold Bar Bob. How about him asking and begging and pleading for leniency after he commits this crime and throws his wife, who has stage 4 breast cancer, under the bus?
That's unreal. And you know what, though? I'll say this. If he's going to throw his wife under the bus, so he's apparently lobbying for clemency now.
Yeah.
With Trump. He's like, oh, Trump was right. The system's out to get me. Okay. You took gold bars and luxury cars. Okay.
Yeah.
However, I mean, if you're going to throw your wife under the bus, one would believe that you'd throw Chuck Schumer under the bus, too.
Right.
So if I'm Donald Trump, I said, Mr. Goldbar, nobody knows gold as much as I do, right? Goldbar, let me tell you something, Bobby. What do you know about these people? And we'll talk about it, and maybe we'll do a part. I would absolutely have this dude spill the tea, and maybe not give him a full pardon because he's definitely guilty of what he did.
Yeah.
But hey, we'll keep you out of jail if you, you take down a bigger fish.
Yeah.
That's like do what the mob does, right? What they did with the mob.
Yeah, get him to rat everybody out. Yeah.
That's it. If you throw if you're willing to throw your wife under the bus, you're definitely willing to throw your colleagues in the Senate under the bus.
That's a great point. Yes.
And we do have a lot of Philadelphia reaction. Temple University, Mayor Sherrell Parker here in Philadelphia, talking about fan safety in the aftermath of this tragedy of an 18-year-old Temple student dying after climbing that pole, and just talking about the tragedy that we want to have fun. We want to celebrate our Eagles going to the Super Bowl. But this a day after, of course, we learned that 18-year-old Tyler Sabapathy had died after falling from a street pole while celebrating the Eagles Super Bowl.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Do we know if he actually attended that game and was leaving as a fan, or did he just come from his house and celebrate in the city? Because I would say two things. If you go to the game, just leave, get in your car, and go home. And if you didn't attend the game, just celebrate at your house and don't leave your house. That's how you avoid these
celebrate on
disasters.
the ground.
Yeah, or celebrate on the ground, right? Yeah.
I hate that, it's a tragedy, but I mean, wasn't there wasn't there a situation where they greased the light poles to prevent people from climbing them?
They've been asked about this, and the city has not, or the city or police, they've not really addressed that issue, because people were saying, well, wait a minute, was that pole, because he was way up. He was way up there.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
So generally, if they do grease a pole, it would be lower, but is there a liability then if you grease these poles? This is where they have been asking questions about that.
Right.
I don't have that official confirmation.
Yeah, they're trying to CYA, if in fact,
That's what
which
that
I don't
sounds
think they
like.
should have to, because first of all, you shouldn't climb the pole. So
that's true,
right? Like I said this on Monday. I'm not going to blame the city for greasing a pole, and then somebody tries to say that the city should be held liable. You should be held liable for your own actions, personal accountability and responsibility. You don't climb structures in the city.
That's ultimately what it comes down to.
Right.
Unfortunately, is personal accountability and make smart choices.
Mhm.
And climbing a light pole isn't, regardless of whether or not he survives or not, isn't a smart choice. You can go up and down without incident. It's still not a smart thing to do, right? It's like, when you walk on a frozen lake, it's like, see, everything was fine, but that still wasn't a smart decision.
Right.
You just didn't have a bad outcome.
Right.
Maybe, and I hope folks will learn from this and say, I don't want to be the next person who passes away because of climbing a street pole.
Yep.
Yeah, it makes it real. So we also have Philadelphia reaction to, and the headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer today is focusing on the fact that Philadelphia migrants are skipping work, skipping school, even shopping amid fears of ICE enforcement. So the reaction continues in Philadelphia, reaction to the new Trump administration. I don't see reaction to the fact that Trump, they're releasing now that they may send, or they will be sending, illegals who are very violent criminals to Guantanamo, because, of course, that prison has, 30,000 prison beds.
Yep.
And so in this one, though, the focus by local community members after U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement had, in fact, made arrests at a North Philadelphia car wash, arrested 7 migrants, sparking the protests, among others, and still we hear this kind of reaction as far as saying, well, these individuals who are here illegally, because we have, I believe our community is about 48,000 in that community. So they're saying they're not able to live their lives. That's one of the headlines this morning. Just pointing that out.
Further
to you.
details coming up at 6:45.
Yes.
Ding, 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 ding. Ice, baby.
So I know
I love me some ice.
I do too.
And I know that we'll get to all of the Trump news, all of the RFK Jr. news, even a ghost, if you will, from beyond the grave testifying at the RFK Jr. The hearing has turned quite bizarre. We'll get to all of that, but we do want to get to our sponsor as well, Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear that squeal? Maybe a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians are going to diagnose that problem. Find a location nearest you, Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke. On this day where the winds continue, Chillier today. We reached 50 degrees. It felt good yesterday. And today we go back to 41 degrees, so more seasonable temperatures, and continuing to cover all the breaking news for you. Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:20 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take, the battle of Bobby's life. I've said for close to a week that I thought RFK Jr. would face the toughest test in remaining Senate confirmation hearings. It would be tougher than anything Pete Hegseth had to endure. It would be more wild and spirited than anything that looms for Tulsi Gabbard and anything upcoming for Kash Patel. And after yesterday's bombastic production on Capitol Hill, I see no reason to retract my prediction. I've long said that you can love your country and hate your government. You can love what America stands for while detesting some of its institutions. And you can disagree with Bobby Kennedy on 7, 8, 9, or 10 different issues, but you should absolutely love his stance on censorship, big pharma, and big food. When a Kennedy leaves the Democrat Party for the Republican Party, it's a big story. There's no bigger name in American politics, especially on the Democrat side, than the Kennedys. Not the Clintons, not the Obamas, certainly not the Bidens. You can think Bobby is a creep, but he's clearly correct on America's nutrition. We are an unhealthy nation. The current system is killing us, and we are failing ourselves. And honestly, could it get any worse? So why be afraid of change? And so here we are. Now, Wednesday had everything. Bobby looking good on some things. Bobby being called out for past comments that make him look bad. Bobby getting into shouting matches with Pocahontas. Bobby making jokes about his boss's love of cheeseburgers and Diet Cokes. And Bobby looking clueless on Medicare and Medicaid. I think Bobby Kennedy will make it in via recess appointment as a last resort if we get there at the power of Donald Trump. But he's much closer to being the second Matt Gaetz than I think anybody else. And the main reason? The amount of politicians who line their pockets courtesy of payments from Big Pharma. More on that coming up shortly in the Big Take. But the fireworks started actually earlier this week, before Wednesday's production even launched. The Post-Millennial reporting on Monday that a letter supposedly signed by over 17,000 doctors opposing RFK Jr.'s nomination included fake doctors because the verification process, well, that the one that's required, there's really no verification of it to sign the petition. You could put on Dr. Joe Blow and you're just on the list. Then on Tuesday, the Washington Post reported that Caroline Kennedy, cousin of Bobby, warned senators about RFK Jr., saying, quote, "He is a predator," end quote. But let's get to the opening statements. Here is RFK Jr. giving his stance on vaccines, which had to be reiterated for the 743rd time, despite the mainstream media and Democrats' continual labeling of him as an anti-vaxxer. Listen and watch this.
And I believe that that vaccines play a critical role in healthcare. All of my kids are vaccinated. I've written many books on vaccines. My first book in 2014, the first line of it is, "I am not anti-vaccine," and the last line is, "I am not anti-vaccine." In my advocacy, I've often disturbed the status quo by asking uncomfortable questions.
Disturbing the status quo. Bobby Kennedy is a disruptor. The swamp does not like disruptors. What's wrong with curiosity? What's wrong with challenging claims? What's wrong with criticism of the side effects? What's wrong with the conversation? And what's wrong with being wrong on some things? The answer? Not a damn thing. Our nation is far too wealthy and advanced to be the complete mess that we are. And frankly, it's embarrassing. Here's Bobby on the failed spending in America. Listen and watch.
The United States has worse health than any other developed nation, yet we spend more on health care, at least double, and in some cases triple, as other countries. Last year, we spent $4.8 trillion, not counting the indirect costs of missed work.
Translation, we are not getting anywhere close to our return on investment. And you thought the Department of Education was a laughingstock. Since 1979, when Jimmy Carter launched it, we went from number 1 in educating our children globally to barely in the top 40. And that's after pumping billions upon billions into education. You know, it's one thing to laugh at a fool on TikTok who can't fit into a second seat on a flight and wants a free upgrade. But the harsh reality is we are slowly and surely killing ourselves with the junk that we put into our body. Here's RFK Jr. on America's obesity epidemic. Listen and watch.
Today, Americans' overall health is in grievous condition. Over 70% of adults and a third of children are overweight or obese. Diabetes is 10 times more prevalent than it was during the 1960s. Cancer among young people is rising by 1 or 2% a year. Autoimmune diseases, neurodevelopmental disorders, Alzheimer's, asthma, ADHD, depression, addiction, and a host of other physical and mental health conditions are all on the rise, some of them exponentially.
We can either fix the crisis or we can continue promoting body positivity to create this soft, ill-conceived fraudulence towards your feelings. It's up to you. If you want cancer or diabetes or a shortened lifespan, knock yourself out. But for the bulk of us who want to be healthier, just sit down and go on and continue with your gluttony or your lack of self-control or lack of discipline, and let us proceed forward to fix a system, even if by just a smidge compared to what we have, so we can have maybe an extra year, 3 or 5 years on this planet. So we know where Bobby stands, right? His strong positions on the pharmaceutical industrial complex, it resonates with millions upon millions of Americans. And that triggers people like Pocahontas. Here's Bobby and Liz Warren butting heads in a made-for-pay-per-view special. Listen and watch.
I'll comply with all the ethical guidelines.
That's not the question. You and I, you have said
You're asking me, Senator, you're asking me not to sue vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing.
Look, no one.
Why is Liz Warren so lively and defensive over protecting Big Pharma and asking Bobby or demanding that he does not sue these companies? Well, they pay her bills and then some. According to Open Secrets, which all of you can read yourself, it's public knowledge, Liz Warren raked in over $5 million alone since the 2020 election cycle from the medical industrial complex. And she's not alone. And it's not just Democrats, it's Republicans as well. According to Stat News, 2/3 of politicians cashed a pharma check in the 2020 election cycle. In fact, over $6.6 million went to 189 candidates who are Republicans, and $7.1 million went to 214 candidates who are Democrats. Simply stated, bought and paid for political hacks. But we did have some levity and laughter on the Hill yesterday. Here was Bobby reminding you, the American citizen, he's not coming for banning things you like. He's coming to inform and educate with transparency. Listen and watch this.
I don't want to take food away from anybody. If you like a cheeseburger, a McDonald's cheeseburger, a Diet Coke, which my boss loves, and you should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health.
It's a pretty simple platform. No forced vaccinations, treating obesity as the epidemic it is, banning toxic chemicals in our food, and exposing Big Pharma's chemicals and their crooked lobbying. I don't know about you, but I'm on board with that. And I disagree with Bobby Kennedy on 70 or 80% of his stances. We're not asking him in for his economic policies. We're not asking him to come aboard for the border and immigration, to stop wars, energy independence. He's got his lane, and I think a lot of Americans are on board with that. And I believe that RFK Jr. will be our next Health and Human Services leader, even if it comes at the hands of Trump and a recess appointment. And that is going to terrify those who are set to lose cash in their pockets because they don't care about your health. They don't care about your child's health. It's nothing more than another scare tactic so the gravy train doesn't get derailed. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, Bobby Kennedy yesterday, Maha, Make America Healthy Again, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Come back, get Dawn and Sean's reaction to Bobby's Day on the Hill. We'll look ahead to Tulsi Gabbard. And also, John Fetterman said it was a bad look for Bobby Kennedy yesterday, and he doesn't think he'll make it in. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Sean's in for Greg this morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra are coming to the Keswick Theater Saturday, April 5th, supporting the Abington Police Foundation. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Get up, Harry!
Oh, yeah, let's go. Thursday morning, 6:36 here on Kayal and Company. A balmy 28 degrees here in the city of Philadelphia. Right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean is in for Greg Stocker this morning. Sean will join us again tomorrow at 8:30, as will Joe Conklin at 7 o'clock. So we're going to have all sorts of talented, funny people. I can do all sorts of great voices for the final 3 hours of tomorrow's show. Yes, it will be a beautiful thing.
Beautiful people.
Yeah, beautiful people. It's going to be a very huge show tomorrow.
It's going to be incredible. Nobody's ever seen something so beautiful.
Exactly.
You look at it.
Yes.
I look in the mirror every day. I say, nobody's ever seen something so beautiful.
855-839-1210. All right, so let's go around the room here. Impressions, takeaways, the good, the bad, the ugly, the entertaining from yesterday. Dawn Stensland, Bobby Kennedy was on the griddle yesterday as you were on the air in real time. I know I listened a little bit, and I believe you were carrying it roughly around 10:40 when I was listening. Your thoughts on what transpired yesterday, and what do you think his chances are?
Yeah, I think that he had some rough moments. I think that he handled himself well. He was prepared for it. The fact that they're reporting on his now dead wife, Mary, that is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
Out of bounds, desperation. What do you?
I mean, for somebody to bring up something that happened that, first of all, was never even released. And, some Mother Jones or somebody got a hold of the transcript of this was during a really nasty divorce. I mean, I would say if I were, just in general, be careful what you wish for.
Mm-hmm.
Do they really want everybody's nasty divorce to come front and center when you have, because that's what they did to Pete Hegseth.
Yep.
Now they're doing this, not with, and Pete Hegseth's wife, remember, she came out and said she was the one who, all these people were saying she was abused, all these other people who never witnessed anything. And then she had to come out, the ex-wife, and say, there was never any physical abuse. That's not what happened here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that they've now progressed to bringing out the dead, rolling out your dead ex-wife. And
like
what was said during your nasty divorce, where she said that she felt like she was in a polygamous marriage because he cheated on her,
Mm-hmm.
and all this. It's horrible. It's cringeworthy. But I think some of this stuff is so over the top that you just go, all right, they're really going after this guy.
It's just so remarkable that they're looking at character versus qualifications and hammering home the character element, which really doesn't disqualify you on a qualification front. And of course, if it's coming from the swamp, as Mark Wayne Mullen said, Sean Farish, you're going to really come after Pete Hegseth for drinking when I know some of you have come back at night to vote and you were drunk? Really? That's where we're at. And of course, the question is, Sean, would it be the same way around if it wasn't a Trump appointee, if it wasn't a Republican, if it was a Democrat? Would we go to this level of character assassination when maybe they don't have a whole lot to pick at with his qualification?
No, of course not. And this is the problem. There are people in the Senate who voted to confirm Javier Becerra. And we know who his assistant was. It was Richard. I call him something else, rhymes with Rick, right? But we're not going to say it. Levine, right? The guy on a dress to be a deputy assistant or assistant in HHS. How could you tell me somebody who is mentally insane? You're like, oh, that's not nice. I don't really care, Margaret, if that's nice, right? I mean, it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
You go around and you tell me you're born with a certain set of parts and you say, well, that's wrong. I'm actually the other thing. You're not thinking straight. I'm sorry. But I'm not actually sorry. It's time that we have these conversations. You can't be in charge of health or play a significant role in health. When we look at these character assassinations, they've done it to Clarence Thomas. They did it to Pete Hegseth. They're doing it to RFK. I'm sure we're going to hear about it with Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard. Those hearings are today, and those are probably going to be a full-blown 4th of July fireworks show. I mean, it's going to be this is the problem. When they can't hit you on qualifications, right? When they can't hit it on qualifications, they go straight for the character, and they have to make things up. And that's the biggest issue. RFK, say what you want about him. I don't agree with a lot of his stances. I'm not into the whole climate change thing. I do believe it's a hoax. He doesn't. But I think in his specialized role right here, which would be the chief of HHS, right? HHS secretary, make America healthy again. He's got a lot of good things to say, and he's got a lot of truths to expose. And a lot of people in that committee and in the Senate don't want those truths exposed because their donors are going to be very upset and it's going to hurt their campaigns in the future. That's all this is about.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same reason why people flipped out over Donald Trump pausing foreign aid for 90 days. It's because now they're not getting their kickbacks from the military-industrial complex and Ukraine, and now we're spending $50 million to potentially send condoms to Gaza. Like, what are we doing? Yeah. There was another one, some sort of a transgender story time in Peru. Like, can we please get a handle on this,
yes,
right?
I agree.
And there are so many people who will look at this reckless spending and say, well, let's keep it because I'm doing better because of it, right? Because my donor wants to send condoms to Gaza, or my donor wants to send, a drag queen story hour to Peru, or my donor wants us to spend $53 million on gender studies in Pakistan, which actually happened. Well, I don't care about what your donor wants.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just serve that one person. You have an entire district or an entire state of constituents if you're a senator that matter a whole hell of a lot more than one person.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And, I agree with everything you said on the mental health of Richard or Rachel Levine. But let's just look at Richard, Rachel, Dick, whatever you want to call that individual.
And Rachel Levine, remember, was appointed by then Governor Tom Wolf.
That's correct, Pennsylvania.
Here in Pennsylvania. Yep. And then promoted as the first woman to hold that high of a position, by the way, in the Biden administration.
Could you think about this too?
Yeah.
The first, you mentioned, Dawn, the first woman. That is not a woman.
Right.
Like,
you are taking now you're taking that whole award and all the fanfare away from someone who actually qualifies for that title. Just like Bruce Jenner.
But if you forget,
won Woman of the Year. But how many years ago?
I would just say this, so you look at that and you say, okay, this individual was born Richard Levine, went to Harvard. I mean, a highly, smart, but also privileged individual, right?
Sure.
And goes to Harvard at a time when women were not really celebrated in the medical field, as a doctor, as a physician, and all of that. Has a wife, has kids, as a male, right? And then far later in life, makes this transition, which, hey, you be you.
Right.
But I would say for women, I would just say, wow, what a slap in the face.
Sure.
That's
what it
really,
is.
that's the first woman
Right.
in that high position, and that's who
Mhm.
Biden chose. As a woman, I just find, I think, wow, that sucks.
Yeah, it's a kick. It's a
be-
kick.
has
It's
to
a
be
total
blunt.
kick in the groin. There's no doubt. And if you just move past the mental state of Richard Levine, or if you move past the gender of Rachel Levine, look at that individual's physical makeup. Right? I mean, that individual's sloppy, fat,
I don't even
out
care.
of shape.
No,
No,
Nick, I don't care
do.
about that.
I do.
I don't. I
actually,
just,
no,
I
hold
just
on.
want people to, like you.
No, I
Be you.
care.
You live your life. But if you get hired for a job because it was a DEI thing, like, oh, this is
No,
going to be the first woman.
you're missing my point,
It's an
though.
insult to women.
I don't care about.
You know what I mean?
I don't care what they
I don't
claim
care what
to be.
somebody looks like. I don't.
But you're going to tell me about health? Does Rachel Levine look like somebody that would get an endorsement for Hydroxycut? Does that look like a person that you would want marketing LA Fitness? Rachel Levine looks like she eats Twinkies, Ho-Hos, Domino's, DoorDash, and all the worst items you could possibly eat. I look at Bobby Kennedy. Now, I think Bobby's on HGH. I don't think you typically are that big at 70 by working out hardcore at the gym. He's probably
Maybe it's
on
beef
some...
tallow.
He's probably... Yeah, I don't think it's just creatine and protein shakes. But Bobby Kennedy, if I were to... Remember when everybody was running for office and they were doing... Like, Vivek was playing tennis and Bobby was doing
Right.
the bench press. It looked like he was at like a prison gym,
prison yard,
on a rooftop. Bobby Kennedy looks like he's in spectacular shape. We're talking about health here, right? And food
Well, yeah.
and pharma. I look at Rachel Levine, I'm like, that person might die soon. Like their arteries are probably clogged. That's
Well,
my
that's what I'm
point.
saying, Nick, too. And sometimes, a person's, appearance doesn't necessarily dictate how they're doing. But I had friends that are very overweight and their blood work came back better than mine, right?
Yeah.
I mean, cholesterol, it's like, well, how in the world, it's sometimes it's genes and you can't help it. It is what it is. But I look at it this way, and RFK, I would say I would be more likely to say that that's a poster child for good health than a Rachel, Richard, or whatever his or her name is going to be next week, Levine, right? I look at it this way too. You went from insane to in shape. And I would love it if we have somebody who is in shape in charge of health and human services. Now, you could get someone who isn't necessarily as jacked as Bobby Kennedy, but give me somebody who I can look at and say, okay, this is someone who is generally healthy, who I would trust if I didn't know to give me tips on health. If I bumped into Chris Christie and he started telling me, here's how to live a healthy life,
right.
I would say, well, are you not following your own advice? I would be very skeptical. If you look at Richard Levine, looks like Dr. Oaken from Independence Day,
with
we
the
call it the
tentacles
freak
around
show.
his neck when he gets choked
Yeah,
out.
Release me now, like that's what's going on, but this is the problem with what the Democrats have done in the country is that they have taken actual qualifications, and it goes beyond just looks, okay? But RFK has done his research on the dangers of the ingredients in vaccines, in our food, all over the place, in the water, etc. He has done that research. He has written those books. He has been proven right over time. Are there things that maybe he kind of gets a little silly about? The steps that goes maybe 2 or 3 steps too far, that it's still kind of speculative, maybe. But I'm more willing to believe him than I am to believe some swamp creature, some product of the system, because we've seen what products of the system have lied about.
Right.
Products of the system pulled 6-foot social distancing out of their rear end. And I'll tell you why they did that. The only reason they did that is because that works in Europe, and that's 2 meters. Okay. 5 feet, which works over here, is like 1.8 meters or whatever, 1.7. You can't, where you get people measuring it out. It's 2 meters in Europe where they use the metric system. So it's easier to map it out. That's where they got that from. Masks. Wear 1, wear 2, wear 3, unless you're not looking, right? And then all of a sudden, Anthony Fauci at the baseball game had the mask down around his chin. I thought he wears 2. I thought he's supposed to be like Darth Vader. Like all of these people that came up with these rules, these are all products of the system, and they were all proven to be BS.
Yep.
So I'm not going to believe them. I'm more likely to believe a Bobby Kennedy. I'm more likely to believe somebody who is qualified because they had spent their life researching this and have devoted their life to health. I'm also more likely to believe somebody who looks like they're healthy, like Bobby Kennedy. And the Democrats don't want that. They don't want to return to a place in this country where qualifications take precedent. They will do anything to find the most qualified person and destroy them with anything they can, real or fake, and instead of allowing the most qualified person to win. Because when the most qualified person wins, their friends, all the Democrats' friends who aren't qualified, but they check off boxes, like the worst press secretary in history, Karine Jean-Pierre, gay, black, ugly, short, bad hair, the worst mayor in the history of Chicago, gay, black, female, ugly, short, Lori Lightfoot, right? We call her Beetlejuice. You look at all of these people, all of the Democrats' friends who are not qualified, right? They will no longer have work. They will no longer be able to fill those positions. And when you have less infiltration into the institutions, the Democrats have less influence overall. That's all it's about. Mm-hmm. And I think RFK, they came at him so hard yesterday because he used to be one of them and walked off the plantation.
Yeah.
And they think he's a traitor. And they don't want to let him succeed.
And it's the Kennedy name.
Yes.
And, the Kennedy mystique. And they don't want to lose that to the, because the headlines will be even a Kennedy went to Trump and went to the Republican side.
That's right. Fetterman saying yesterday, quote, "I don't think it went well for him today," referring to Bobby. "I don't think that was a good one. It's moot. I'm not really sure how much support's going to emerge after that." Quote, "I think we can all agree that was a really difficult performance. I'm not sure he'll even make it out of the committee," which then brings us to Article 2, Section 2, Clause 3 of the Constitution, if you're scoring at home, recess appointments. Now, from what I can gather, Trump did not use a recess appointment in his first administration, and from what I've been paying attention to so far, he hasn't had to go down that road yet. But from a historical standpoint, Obama used 32 recess appointments in his 8 years. Bill Clinton used 139 recess appointments in his 8 years. G.W. Bush used 171 recess appointments in his 2 terms, and Reagan used it 232 times. Those numbers courtesy of Pew Research Center. So I think Donald Trump is well in his rights to use his first one on a guy that probably, I think, will get in, but because of Trump's recess appointment. I don't think he will get the votes necessary through the Senate, and I think it will come down to the last resort, so to speak, for Trump. Do you think that's the way that will play out, Sean?
I think it's possible. I don't know if he's going to get out of the Senate. There's just so many questions about a lot of these people's actual motivations, and I think if he is denied by the Senate, that Donald Trump should absolutely use recess appointments to put him in that position. I think he owes it almost to Bobby Kennedy to do that, because when Bobby came out and endorsed Donald Trump one day after the DNC, it really took the wind out of the Democrats' party sails. And I also believe that Donald Trump, in his heart of heart, believes that Bobby Kennedy can help put this country on the right track when it comes to health and the childhood disease epidemic. There's nobody more qualified to do it than Bobby Kennedy. So I say, at all costs, you make him the head of HHS.
Yeah.
Well, or he could appoint him as like the health czar.
Yeah, that's true.
Think about Tom Homan.
And
you
Tom
don't need
Homan
the
title. Yeah.
Because here I think the headlines this morning that I will say, the Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who is a physician and a Republican senator, and he heads up that committee, the Health, Education, Labor, committee, pension committee. The Kennedy is going to be before today. And so Cassidy was the one yesterday that was asking him about Medicaid, and that he didn't have bottom line. What did he say? He said something like, "I don't have answers for the broad scheme of that," or something.
He handled that one badly.
So that was
it felt like he didn't know the difference between Medicare and Medicaid.
Yeah, and that was a Republican asking him that question.
Like, dude, if you're going to be in this role, you have to be able to give me the basics of the two programs and the differences of them. That's a bad look for him.
So, I mean, he's an attorney. He's an environmental attorney. After that, and I just looked at it, I thought, you know what? Trump could still make him like the health czar, because to your point, he's a really fit guy. Mm-hmm. And everybody, when you look at all the headlines this morning, what people like about him is Maha, as far as getting out a nutrition message, all of that. But I just we'll know more today, but I could see that happening.
you look at the three Democrats that, just to put a bow on this, that jump ship, so to speak, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, and Bobby Kennedy. Nothing against Tulsi because I love her, but I think the more direct impact in Trump's bottom line election victory, if you're going to say who moved the needle from undecided towards Trump the most, you could probably argue Bobby versus Elon. I would probably put Tulsi in at number 3 just because of name recognition, notoriety, nothing from a political, tangible standpoint against Tulsi Gabbard because I like her a lot. In fact, I advocated for her to be Trump's VP if Trump was going to go female. I know, Dawn, you were big on Sarah Huckabee Sanders, but I think there is probably like a 1% impact that Bobby made. Maybe those independents that were sick of Democrats, that were on the fence about Trump, that if Bobby would have been given a fair shake to primary Joe, might have voted for him. I think those that came over with Trump because of Bobby, maybe that's why you pay him back like you're talking about, Sean. This is like his reward for, ditching the family legacy and going from villain to the big heel of Kennedy family members.
Right. So did you say Elon number 1?
It's pretty close.
Number 2?
I think you could argue Elon or Bobby at 1.
I think Elon number 1.
You do?
Yeah.
Elon
I have no
number
problem
1
with that.
Because of young men.
I would say.
Sure.
I would say Elon number 1 because of X.
Yeah.
Yep.
That platform that platform influenced more voters than Bobby Kennedy. But when it came to the timing of the endorsement, one day after the DNC, taking the wind out of the sails of the Democrat Party. And Bobby really, not just endorsing Trump and then going away, but being out there, being vocal about it, being the first, right? The first one that broke the dam. And right after that, Tulsi Gabbard came around, and that was a very big deal when Bobby did it. But I would say Elon number 1.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm fine with that. Absolutely. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, hour 2 is on the way. We'll kick off the 7 o'clock hour with some news from Dawn, and then we'll get deeper into the ICE raids and the fear in Philadelphia. Oh, you can't go shopping or go to school. Well, you shouldn't have broke the law. How about that? Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Roofing or siding issues? Don't wait. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We provide comprehensive roofing and siding services with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. And our warranties ensure peace of mind for you and your family.
Protect your home with the best warranties available in the industry.
Call Emmons at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Virtual Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtual Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-317-2277. That's 800-317-2277. 800-317-2277.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hessert Chevrolet!
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard.
There was a day, there was a time when I used to dance.
It's Kayal and Company. The day is Thursday. Time 7:04 as we roll on. Hour number 2. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker today. Sean Farish back again tomorrow with us at 8:30. The great entertaining Joe Conklin at 7 o'clock. And don't forget Sunday, King Shooters, KOP. I'll be out there from 2 to 4. If you're in the area and want to swing on by, check out their new expanded bays and lanes. King Shooters, King of Prussia. You know where it's at, 2 to 4 on Sunday. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. We'll get to Philadelphia with the illegal aliens, the fear of not being able to go to school or to go shopping or to go to a church service because you're here illegally. Not my problem. You put it upon yourself. Don't care if you've been here for a quarter century. You're still here illegally. We'll get to that story coming up. Also, Captain America, a.k.a. Anthony Mackie, now walking back his disdain for America after we played you the clip a few days ago on the cut sheet as he's set to take over the Captain America role coming out. I believe that movie comes out later this spring. And Anthony Mackie, very good actor. But again, we just don't want to hear the anti-America commentary when you're here making millions because that's what you can do in this country. We'll have some thoughts on all of that. And then also, with Super Bowl 59, how are they preparing for alleged, possible, conceivable terror attacks just a month removed from the tragedy at the Sugar Bowl? We'll get to that story as well. But a lot to get caught up on. Obviously, the big breaking news with what happened in Arlington. And for that and more, we go to the great Dawn Stensland for round number 2 of the news here at 7:06.
Yes, and good morning. We do have that breaking news. We are sponsored in Kayal & Company News Live. Good morning. This Thursday morning, January 30th, sponsored by Robert Half. So as we look at the search and rescue, and yes, this is still being called search and rescue as opposed to search and recovery. So that's a big difference, the mission here, but a very difficult mission this morning for hundreds of first responders after this tragic plane crash. So the aircraft, a commercial aircraft, 64 people on board colliding with a military helicopter with 3 people on board, not far from Reagan International. So we know that at least 30 bodies have been pulled from the 36-degree waters of the Potomac River there in the D.C. area as these all of these different search crews continue to search the water. American Eagle Flight 5342 was carrying 60 passengers as well as 4 crew members when it crashed. That's according to American Airlines. We're getting more information this morning as that search continues in the Potomac, and this is a deadly plane crash. As I say, more than 30 bodies pulled from the water. They know that as far as the Black Hawk, 3 crew members, as I say, they were inside there. The American Airlines plane on track to land at Reagan National Airport, carrying the 64 individuals, and the U.S. Army Black Hawk chopper traveling south with at least 3 soldiers that we know of, colliding last night and then crashing into the Potomac. The latest that we have is that the Black Hawk chopper was found. It was upside down. They could see that it was upside down, but in pieces. And so they have, like I say, divers. They have all different levels of law enforcement, local law enforcement, and many first responders rushing to the scene there, just trying to hopefully find somebody alive. We're also learning who was on board the commercial plane, and now we're hearing confirmation that, in fact, this was a situation where these were ice skaters who had just come back from a regional conference. So some of them married, some of those individuals, athletes, obviously, and even some we're hearing were we get this from Russian world figure skating champions. And this was Evgenia Shishkova and Vadim Naumov. So their names are being put out there as far as these individuals who were on this plane from Russian media. So it's as we learn the identity of these individuals who were on board, the U.S. figure skating community is putting out their prayers are with all of the family, how devastating this is. So we had athletes, we had coaches, and family members returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championship. That was being held in Wichita, Kansas.
Well, I tell you, between the terror attacks, between the weather, the deep freeze, this commercial disaster, 5 different things floating around the air. The quademic. I'm ready for January to be over. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah. I had a nasty flu.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, you did.
That was
Yeah,
disgusting.
we all did.
Yes.
Jeez, that was horrible.
Let's get to
So
February.
I'm still coughing up. Let me tell you something. I'm still coughing up things that I'm going to list as dependents on my tax returns.
Well, thankfully
what's
you
going
have you have immunity with your antibodies.
The beautiful. We did a great job. I have T cells. I have white. We love white blood cells. They're great. The greatest blood cells. They're going to call me a white supremacist now, but I love white blood cells. And we love big, beautiful red blood cells too. The MAGA blood cells. We love those bad boys. They start off blue and then they get, it's called oxygen. The oxygen bonds to hemoglobin. It's a great thing. And it turns the blood cells red, beautiful red. We flip them from blue to red. It's like Scott Pressler doing a great job. I can tell you that.
There you go.
You know
Here it is.
who is speaking out this morning? Do you
Who's
remember
that?
Sully, the pilot?
Yeah,
who-
Tom Hanks.
Chesley Sullenberger.
Yes,
Yeah.
safely landed that passenger plane in the Hudson River. That was 2009.
Yeah.
In the crash is talking about the crash.
Oh,
in
so
the
is
Potomac.
that is the last time it happened? Was that one that was obviously a big Hollywood blockbuster?
I believe so.
Okay.
That was the last one, 2000. Because I was looking up, what was that 2009?
Yeah.
Is that Sully? And so remember in that one and that was obviously New York and the Hudson River, but he's speaking out about that this morning. We'll have to talk about that moving forward, but Captain Sully, because remember they wanted to blame him, and then later didn't they determine that they were geese flying or birds, migratory birds or something?
Yeah.
Bird strike, yeah.
A bird strike. So that's why I think there's a lot of speculation. I get it, but we don't have all the answers. But he hasn't. He's talking about this morning. So I just wanted to put that in your brains that maybe we can talk about that this morning.
Yeah, they drug him through the mud. I remember watching that
Yes, they
movie, and honestly, I didn't follow the story specifically on a day in, day out basis. But I remember watching the movie. Obviously, I know some of it's Hollywood, might be fictitious and not a true, accurate portrayal. But between he and his co-pilot, who I think the actor is the guy who played Harvey Dent in the Batman movies that came out with Christian Bale. I mean, what a phenomenon. I mean, they went. I mean, his family was, pulled through all the muck. His wife was stressed out. Sully, at least in the movie, boy, he looked like he was, his stress levels were at an all-time high.
Yeah, locally here, just a little bit of news for Philadelphia. We're expecting to get the state of education news today in Philadelphia, and so we will watch for that one. What is the city? Where are we as far as post-pandemic? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia schools in particular and the state of education or lack thereof. So the report card, if you will, on education in Philadelphia, we look forward to reporting on that one.
You want to give predictions now? I'll say not good. That'll be my guess.
Hopefully we
not
see
good.
some slight improvement. I don't know. God forbid it's worse.
Yeah. School choice, anybody? I believe that's going through in Tennessee, down in your neck of the woods now, Farish.
Hope to God.
I was reading about that yesterday.
There has been a huge push for that over the last couple of years here in Tennessee. Education savings accounts, school choice.
Yep.
We think it's getting through this year. So would just be great, and would be one of the first states in the country to really embrace it the way we're going to do it, and just we'll see how it impacts the rest of the country. Trump signed an EO embracing school choice too, so it's a good step in the right direction.
Once again, red states leading the way.
I know.
Yep.
By the way, there are reports this morning because we heard a lot about the freeze and we had a lot of calls about that. And so the word from state officials, federal computer systems that were down here in Pennsylvania, and I imagine across the country, they have been fully restored. President Donald J. Trump, his administration yesterday, rescinding that memo ordering the freeze of trillions of dollars in federal disbursements that did cause a lot of controversy, and that was across the nation and in Pennsylvania as well, a lot of questions, as officials said that they were scrambling to decipher which government programs were at risk, and then groups mount all these different legal challenges. We talked about all of it, but Governor Josh Shapiro did hold a news conference. I know we'll get to it, saying that access to those payment systems for Medicaid, Workforce Development Database, CareerLink, preschool provider Head Start were all restored. They said the computer systems were down. And remember that Caroline Levitt in that news conference had said those such programs, in fact, were never at risk at all. But there's a back and forth, and so we'll get through it. Did the computer system go down simply because so many people were going on and crashing the system because they were asking so many questions? So I just wanted to put that in your brain as well. That's the update, that everything is back. But Shapiro alleging that this was not a technical glitch, that there was more to it, and that it was, quote, purposeful in trying to wreak havoc on our communities and stop these federal dollars from flowing to our states. So that's the allegation from Governor Josh Shapiro here in Pennsylvania.
Yep, it's the same playbook from the first term from the left. Everything about the Trump administration is chaotic. It's chaos. When did getting results and delivering on promises all of a sudden turn into anarchy? They're doing the same thing again. It's this self-created chaos that really doesn't exist or is no different than any other administration. But because it's the Trump administration, it's, there's 9,000 people running around with like chickens with their head cut off, and they don't know what they're doing. It's all manufactured.
Yeah, it's out. This is nonsense. They had no problem when the Biden administration displayed gross incompetence, but,
No issue when Lloyd Austin's nowhere to be found.
Disappeared. I understand I understand he was getting cancer treatment, and I'm not shaming him for getting cancer treatment, and I hope he beats cancer.
Yeah.
Like, let me be clear.
Yeah.
But tell somebody.
Right.
Like, please.
Then we
you can't just.
Yeah. We got mail-on-mail
where's
sexual acts in a Senate office room. We never get any further details about that. Cocaine in the cubby on the 4th of July at the White House. But you tell me about chaos. Lecture me on anarchy, please. Let me put my feet up. What you got?
Topless people dancing on the lawn.
Jesus.
The president of the United States is being led around by the Easter Bunny. Come on. Chaos.
Other news of the day with President Donald J. Trump ordering the deportation of foreign students who took part in those pro-Hamas, anti-Jewish protests on college campuses as he launches a wide-ranging crackdown on anti-Semitism in America. So I know we'll talk about that new executive order targeting those foreign students with visas who broke laws during demonstrations in the wake of the October 7th attacks in Israel.
Credit to you, Dawn. You said this. If that was going to happen, they should be removed from the country. We're going to call this the Dawn Stensland executive order. You get credit for it.
She signed it.
You signed it.
Wrote it.
Yes.
Trump's it's common sense. It's common sense, right? That's what Trump is all about. And those lawbreakers are facing deportation due to, and Trump said, he called them terroristic threats, arson, vandalism, violence against American Jews. And so that really brings me to another, what would be really a lead-breaking story this morning, as we are on day 482. 482, big headline, and we were doing this every single day. We started this now as a banner here on Kayal and Company, so that because it's one of the few places where you're hearing how many days have these hostages been held by terrorist kidnappers. 482 days. 3 more Israeli hostages, 5 Thai nationals who were kidnapped by Hamas terrorists have just been freed this morning following time 482 days in captivity in the 3rd hostage exchange under this Gaza ceasefire deal. 19-year-old Agam Berger, she has been released. 80-year-old Gadi Moses, as well as 29-year-old Arbel Yehud. Remember, Arbel was expected. Remember, she was supposed to be released, and then they didn't. And that really kind of paused and caused a lot of tension, among other things. But now she's been received by the International Committee of the Red Cross, and they've coordinated obviously with Hamas to secure the handover in the Gaza Strip.
I'm so glad you're highlighting this and saying the names, because the mainstream media is more concerned about Gaza losing their reproductive rights and their free condoms. I mean, that's a big... The mainstream media is more outraged over reproductive rights in the Middle East than American and Jewish citizen hostages being released after being in captivity for a year and a half.
And it's unfortunately not just limited to the mainstream media. Let me be clear about that. There are people who want to make their way into our side of the movement, and I don't want them here. Jake Shields and Andrew Tate and some of these people, I can't stand these people. They want to come out there and talk about and profess their love for Jesus Christ. That's totally cool. When you go ahead and side with the bad guys, though, over in Gaza, just like I say to the people who are the queers for Palestine, how about you go spread the gospel over there in Gaza? Tell me how they treat you. All right. You want to say the Jews are bad? I don't think the Israeli government is necessarily a government that I would sit there and place all of my trust in. They're very liberal. They had they're very, very closely, Netanyahu, their government, very, very closely linked in and tied into big pharma. They were bad with vaccine mandates. That's not who I support, the government of Israel, right? But when you talk about the Jewish state and the people who live there who don't deserve to have to deal with rockets overhead every single day, and then you have a number of people, rabid psychopaths on social media who are just looking for every and any excuse to hate Jewish people. And they want to sit there and profess that they're some sort of ally to MAGA. You're not an ally. You're a scumbag. I look at that and siding with the terrorists, right? Do we want peace in that region? I absolutely want peace in that region, but it's just I can't for the life of me see how these folks in a rational mindset, are coming to the conclusion that the people in Gaza, the terrorists, the Hamas, right? The folks that would very quickly behead any of these keyboard warriors, how they're the good guys and the Jews are the bad guys. I'm not saying all Jews are perfect, by the way. There are no religions and groups of people that have a 100% perfection rate. It just doesn't happen. It blows my mind the level of hatred there is, not just for like the Israeli government and like their swamp, but for just like Jewish people.
Sure.
Like if you're a Jew,
what is up with
they
that?
hate you.
Yeah.
gosh.
I don't know.
October 7th, open the
crazy.
floodgate.
But this is America, and these are American citizens. I have friends here, we UPenn here and other campuses, but across the country, and you see this, and you're like, "Are you kidding me? These are American kids." Leave off the label of Jewish kids. They're American kids versus versus foreign students on campuses who are our guests in our house who are perpetrating this. And this is like a no-brainer. Yeah, bye-bye. You're booted.
That's the problem. You have these American hostages over there in Gaza, right? American hostages. I don't care what God they pray to, who they believe their savior. They're Americans. Bring them home, right? But it's like, oh, well, you're just saying that because Israel pays you. I said, if Israel pays me, I haven't gotten the check. I'm just going to say, where do I find these Jews that are paying everybody, apparently? Because I haven't found one yet.
Right. Which is also next level hypocrisy. There's no outrage to bring home these American citizens. Yet when Brittany Griner was on a Russian penal colony, it was they couldn't wait to get her home fast enough. They couldn't bring her back to safety quick enough. You can't have it both ways. You don't get to selectively pick and choose which American citizens are a priority. Just the way I view it.
It's true.
Amen. Other headlines, RFK Jr., obviously Trump signing the Laken-Riley Act into law. Sixers beating the Kings 117-104, and Flyers losing to the Devils 5-0. As far as the forecast, 42 degrees, bright sunny skies today, some rain moving in, but back up almost 50 degrees for your Friday tomorrow. And then the weekend hovers around 42 degrees, sunny skies. I will point you to next week, where Monday we start out the week in the mid-50s with bright sunshine. So starting to get through the warm-up and the Arctic blast behind us from last week. Sponsored by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers having difficulty hiring right now. Robert Half is here to help. They're recruiting professionals. They're utilizing an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Just visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Thank you, Robert Half, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet coming up in just over 20 minutes. When we come back, ICE raids with Philadelphia fear, and also Captain America walks it back in Hollywood. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking about the 2025 Hyundai Tucson. It is the brand's most popular SUV. Bold new design, has plenty of cargo space, while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any of life's adventures. It also protects you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. You can visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown off of Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. And coming up next week, I will tell you about the new Mercedes-Benz model that is wowing Delaware Valley residents. And that's with Piazza Premium Autos. But that's next week. The Hyundai Tucson today, 2025. Check it out online, piazzahyundai.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all the fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 7:31. Live on a Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Sean in for Greg Stocker. Maybe he's streaming as he lays in bed sick, listening to the rejoiner as Jimmy Kelly pokes him a little bit. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up shortly. So let's get to the ICE raids in Philadelphia and the fallout, all the panic, all the hysteria from individuals that have committed a crime. And it doesn't matter if, well, you've been here for 5 years or 25 years. Doesn't matter if you've gone about living in America the right way. You still committed a violation. You still broke the law by coming here illegally. I thought Caroline Leavitt nailed it a few days ago at her first press secretary briefing, where she's saying under the previous administration, that might have been okay. Under this administration, the new administration, no, you still broke a law. It is illegal. That's why you are called an illegal alien, an illegal immigrant. Whatever you want to coin the terminology is fine by me. I don't really care. I'm not offended by things like illegal alien. But the Inquirer, as Dawn mentioned in the news at 6 o'clock, has this story out, and the headline is ICE raids in Philadelphia instill fear in migrants. And I just want to read you this because it's just so remarkable, the efforts that the Inquirer makes to, pass along the feelings of people who have committed a crime and need to be held accountable for that. They write, every Sunday morning, Nellie Garcia slides into a pew at St. William Roman Catholic Church in the Northeast, meeting a close friend for the Spanish-speaking service. But this week, something was off. Her friend didn't show up. She decided it was too risky, since she is undocumented, that ICE agents could appear and deport her to Guatemala. Quote, she's already told me, if ICE gets me, you're in charge of sending me my things, said Garcia, 49. In the first 9 days of the Trump administration, reports of ICE activity have ricocheted across the Philadelphia region. On Tuesday, ICE raided a North Philadelphia car wash. We talked about that. And then yesterday, the Inquirer writes, on Wednesday, rumors of an impending ICE raid unsettled Philadelphia's famous Italian market, closing businesses and leaving stalls vacant. For Jesus Mazzo, who has worked at the market for decades, the sense of emptiness sprang from weeks of talk that, quote, they are coming, as in ICE, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, and those great agents out there. You know what's remarkable to me, and Sean, I know you love this topic as much as I do. I'll start with you with the bad hombres. You love talking about Tom Homan and ICE. I see the tweets. I hear these arguments of, well, you didn't harm anybody. Well, that would be like me saying, I didn't harm anybody. I just broke into Sephora and stole $500 worth of goods for my daughter. I'm still a shoplifter. I've still committed a crime. I've committed an illegal act. Spare me the I'm one of the good ones. No, you're still under the general umbrella of being here illegally. It's not a viable defense. They're the last to deal with. Obviously, we want the rapists, the child molesters, the sexual assaults, the murderers, the cartels, the drug dealers. We want those first and foremost. As Homan has said 47,000 times, we're going to start with the worst ones first, the most dangerous ones to public safety. But spare me your feelings. Then don't commit the crime.
Yeah, exactly. And if you do break into Sephora and you steal something, you are indirectly harming somebody because it is the profits of whatever you're stealing that are no longer going to be made that pay other people's salaries. And, you could say, well, the CEO of Sephora makes enough. Well, fine. That's your opinion, but you're still not allowed to steal things. Illegals who are coming in here who are quote unquote in search of a better life. That's totally fine. I encourage people who would like to pursue a better life to come into the country, but there are laws and there are ways to do it. And then there are ways not to do it. And if you enter illegally, well, that's fine. If you're saying they should stay because they're not harming anyone, then open the front door to your house, invite anybody in. And as long as they don't lay a finger on you, your wife, your family, your pets or anything, they're not harming you either, right? Even though they're using your water and they're using your heat and they're eating your food and they're not providing any means of, restitution for you or trying to help soften the blow of them leaning on you and taking your resources, and sure, invite them into your house. Selena Gomez was just on Instagram bawling her eyes out about how her people were being attacked, but she's got a gate at the front of her home to keep unwanted visitors out. Interesting how that gate isn't open, right? She felt so strongly about her message that she deleted the video. I don't know anybody who has deleted videos on our side of the equation who got backlash. I got backlash over saying COVID vaccines don't work and masks don't work and CRT need to be removed from schools. And, I've been outspoken about who shouldn't use women's restrooms and what the 2020 election was like. I think it was stolen and there were a lot of irregularities that still haven't been investigated. People called me all sorts of names, but the post stayed up. You know why? Because I believe in what I'm saying. Clearly, Selena Gomez does not believe in what she was saying. If she did, she would have left it up there. But I love the fact that we're finally getting an administration. That's what Caroline Levitt said, that believes that every single person who has entered this country illegally is a criminal. That's different than folks who have maybe overstayed their visa and are now in the country illegally. That is a civil punishment, a civil violation. But folks who knowingly crossed the border and did not go through a port of entry and did not follow the process, those folks are illegal. Yep. So for folks who say, well, how many of them have criminal records? The answer, the truthful answer, the only answer is all of them.
Yeah.
Every last person who entered this country illegally is a criminal under our immigration law. They broke the law, period, end of story. Now, of course, we're going to triage it. If you're dealing with, and I hate to say it, but like a mass casualty event where you have a bunch of people who need medical attention, you're going to give the resources to the folks who have the serious injuries first versus the ones who have cuts, scratches, and bruises and or have all their wits about them.
Sure.
So by all means, go after the violent criminals and the folks who are committing those violent crimes and are menaces in society. But after that's done, you go after anybody who is in this country illegally. You do not belong here. You have no legal right to stay. You must leave and follow the law if you want to come back. It's that simple.
We have major breaking news. This is the first live news conference from the new Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy. The efforts that were rescue efforts in the Potomac after this tragic plane crash, we've just learned, have now been declared as a recovery mission, meaning they do not believe that any of those 64 individuals' lives on the commercial airliner or the 3 on the Black Hawk military chopper, they do not believe anyone has survived this horrifying crash.
Do you want to go to Duffy
yes,
and
we
hear
should go to him.
Jimmy
This is
Kelly?
his first
Can
live
we
user.
pot up Sean Duffy, the new Secretary of Transportation? If we can, let's get that on the board, fade him up. Obviously, he has taken over for Mayor Pete in the new administration. Yes. Jimmy, just give me a thumbs up when you have that.
And we know that in the waters of the Potomac, 36 degrees. You think about this happened last night and overnight. More than 300 brave first responders have been, and divers in this water have been frantically,
Yes.
professionally trying to save, hoping and keeping hope alive that somebody could be pulled from the water alive. At this point, they say that there's just not that chance. More than 30 bodies have been pulled from the frigid waters.
All right, we have it. Fade it up, Jimbo.
His administration, the FAA, the DOT, we will not rest until we have answers for the families and for the flying public. You should be assured that when you fly, you're safe. Thank you. Here. Is that yours?
Thank
You're
you,
listening
Secretary.
live. This is
Thank
a
you, Mayor.
news
I'm
conference
joined
that's
today
live that was
with
from Washington.
Fire Chief
from
Bonnet
DC.
from the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority.
And the mayor
And I'm
spoke
John
first.
Donnelly, Chief of the District of Columbia Fire and EMS Department. Last night at 8:48, the control tower sounded an alert, which alerts responders to respond to a report of an aircraft crash on or near the airport. That sets off an immediate response from the Airport Authority Fire Department, from the District of Columbia and Metropolitan Harbor Patrol fire boats and other fire boats on the river in order to support that type of operation. Very quickly, this call escalated. It became apparent, the responders realized that they had a plane crash and immediately escalated to a response that ultimately included about 300 people last night. These responders found extremely frigid conditions. They found heavy wind. They found ice on the water, and they operated all night in those conditions. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the agencies that responded in addition to DC Fire and EMS and the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority: Montgomery County Fire Department, the Prince George's County Fire Department, the Charles County Fire Department, the Baltimore County Police Department, the Anne Arundel County Fire Department, the Alexandria Fire Department, the Arlington County Fire Department, the Fairfax Fire Department, the Prince William Fire Department, the Baltimore City Police Department, the Maryland State Police, the Maryland Natural Resources Police, the Department of Defense, the Joint Base in Bowling Fire Department and the staff there, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Coast Guard, the United States Park Police, the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, and the NTSB. Despite all those efforts, we are now at a point where we are switching from a rescue operation to a recovery operation. At this point, we don't believe there are any survivors from this accident, and we have recovered 27 people from the plane and 1 from the helicopter. The District Office of the Medical Examiner has lead on reuniting these bodies and these people with their loved ones, and we will continue to work to find all the bodies and collect them and reunite them with their loved ones. We should also acknowledge that the Virginia Medical Examiner and the Army Medical Examiner are involved in this operation and a very important part of getting people identified. So, who's next?
Our hearts are certainly with all of the crew in American Airlines, and we'll hear from CEO Isom.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. I'm Robert Isom, the CEO of American Airlines. I want to express my sincere condolences for the accident that happened at DCA last night. We're absolutely heartbroken for the family and loved ones of the passengers and crew members, and also for those that were on the military aircraft. Our focus right now is doing everything that we can to support all of those involved and also the PSA Airlines team. This is devastating. We are all hurting incredibly. We urge any family and friends looking for information about their loved ones to call our designated helpline, and that's at 1-800-679-8215, 1-800-679-8215. And here's what I can share at this early stage. American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA Airlines, traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Reagan National Airport, was involved in an accident just before 9 p.m. local time on final approach into Reagan National. It collided with a military aircraft on an otherwise normal approach. And at this time, we don't know why the military aircraft came into the path of the PSA aircraft. Flight 5342, a CRJ-700, was under the command of 4 crew members. They carried 60 passengers, as you know, for a total of 64 people on board. In addition to local resources already here in D.C., American Airlines has activated our care team, and that's a group of specialists that are trained to support these types of responses. These team members are on site or arriving soon. And additionally, we have members of our GO team that are on ground here in D.C., and they're being deployed with resources to do everything that we can to take care of the needs of the families and the loved ones of the passengers and crew members. And that is our sole focus. And we're so grateful for the first responders. They've been working through the night, courageous efforts. And we're actively working with local, state, and federal authorities on emergency response efforts and closely coordinating with PSA Airlines as they cooperate fully with the NTSB on the investigation. I know that there are many questions. And at this early stage, I just won't be able to answer many, but we'll provide additional information as it comes. Thank you.
All right, let's get out of this, Jimmy Kelly. Thank you very much. You heard from Sean Duffy. You heard from one of the supervisors amongst first responders. And
Chief
then,
Donnelly.
Chief Donnelly, and then the CEO there of American
Robert
Airlines.
And
Dawn,
D.C.
your thoughts?
Mayor, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, the mayor of D.C. as well. So the breaking news this morning, and this is impacting airports here along the East Coast, including Philadelphia, as flights continue to be diverted from Reagan National to airports like Philadelphia until 11 o'clock today. But the tragic news just gets worse. President Trump just putting out on social media, God bless you all. This has been a terrible night, because we've just learned that they have now changed the name of this mission. It's no longer a rescue mission. It's a recovery mission. They've given up hope that anyone survived this crash. But for these crews, more than 300 first responders, they will continue to dive into these chilly waters to work on this very windy, choppy, really a dangerous scene as they try to recover now these bodies from the Potomac. And we learned that at least 27 bodies have been pulled from the commercial airliner, 1 from that military chopper. We don't know what happened, but my goodness, I mean, you think about Sean Duffy, who was just sworn in late on Tuesday, and talk about baptism by fire in a brand new job, as he's the newly sworn in U.S. Transportation Secretary. Sean Duffy, now he's been actively monitoring, and I know on social media, and he was giving out reports monitoring the tragic plane crash here, but this was his first news conference as they were just trying to give us some information. We hate to report this to you this morning, and our prayers are with these families as well as these hundreds of first responders.
Tragic. 855-839-1210. If we get more updates, we will certainly go to Dawn as the show moves along, but we'll move along and get to what everybody is waiting for and everybody loves. It's time for a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet, and it comes your way next here on Kayal & Company.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Join us for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event to witness documentation and learn how you can earn double-digit interest returns like many of our Crash Proof clients with none of the pitfalls of investing on the market.
Roseanne Fitzgerald, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we earn 20% interest, which is credited. What we've earned can never be taken away.
Marilyn Becker's, Malvern, Pennsylvania. The 13% and 20% returns we received this year gets added to the principal. There's no fees, and you can sleep at night. You can't get that on Wall Street.
Paul Wirtz. I'm from Philadelphia. I earned 24% this year. No matter what happens in the future this year or next year, I know that my principal is protected, my retirement is secure.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Philly, relax and recover like champions. Save big on the Philly Special 7-person hot tub, only $69.99. Plus, score $1,500 off saunas and 50% off chill tubs. Deals are going fast. Call Spring Dance Hot Tubs today.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
One flash of lightning.
7:53, Kayal and Company rolling on a very, very busy yet tragic Thursday morning as we continue. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. He's in for Greg Stocker today. So much to get to, including Captain America. We'll get to that story. And also some of the political and also security measures that are being taken, hopefully, for Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans, which, of course, will be the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. What is the mayor who was completely outclassed and overmatched about a month ago after the tragedy of the terror attack in New Orleans? We'll get to some of the stories that are being circulated about what they are planning to do to prevent another possible terrorist event in the New Orleans area. That's coming up shortly. But 7:54, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to a Thursday edition of What is on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
And what's on the cut sheet for this Thursday is brought to you by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. They're recruiting professional, utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent. What a horrible read that was.
That was. And Jimmy Kelly only could see half of the copy.
I can only see not even half of it.
In honor of Robert Half.
It's time it's time to get a put it in Jimmy Kelly font size when he's running the board.
Yeah, Arial font 72. Or do you prefer Times New Roman?
I prefer Times New Roman. I prefer to go up to 1,000 next
My
time.
advice is take a picture of it and then
Yeah.
scooch it out bigger.
That may not be such a bad idea.
Yeah, I love you.
Oh,
At
well.
least you didn't say end quote or repeat the line, right? Like Joe Biden.
Hey, all I can say is that
We needed a laugh, Jimmy, so thank you.
Yes.
all I can say is that the
Thank you.
spot got in. Salespeople are happy.
Thank
That's
you,
all I
Robert
care.
Half.
Yeah.
It's all yours, Nick.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure Stocker will be sending a text. Why don't you just handle that read next time, Chief? Hey, let's get it going. I want to start. I mean, we've talked a lot about Bobby, and we've talked a lot about illegal immigration. So those are the top two stories, obviously, of the day, outside of what's going on down in Arlington with the tragedy. Let's start with something a little bit more in the social, cultural world, and then we'll round back to the big stories. Let me start with what I thought was the end of lawfare in this country. One of the most just angry, bitter, politically motivated prosecutors. We're talking about State Attorney General Letitia James. Phil Almquist, this is clip 4. Obviously, one of the big stories is the Trump administration with the freezing of federal funding and then the pausing and the reversing, the whole bit that we've talked about for the last couple of days. Apparently, the lawfare might not be over. Clip 4, here's Letitia James back in the lawsuit business against DJT. Let's play this.
Not only does this administration's new policy put people at risk, but it is plainly unconstitutional. The president does not get to decide which laws to enforce and for whom. When Congress dedicates funding for a program, the president cannot pull that funding on a whim. Later today, I am leading and joining with my colleagues, my fellow Democratic attorney generals, in suing this administration to stop this illegal freeze of essential funds for our state. We will not stand for any illegal policy that puts essential services for millions of Americans at risk. And we work tirelessly overnight to ensure that that does not happen. Our lawsuit will seek a court order to immediately stop the enforcement of the OMB policy and to preserve essential funding for Americans.
You know what's remarkable about this is after Trump's victory, lawsuits go away, charges dropped, resignations from Christopher Wray in the FBI to Merrick Garland to Jack Smith to Fonnie Willis to Alvin Bragg. I thought all the third world banana republic lawfare was over, but apparently Letitia James wants to be the last one standing in the ridiculous lawfare that Trump, by and large, defeated over the last 2 years. This is such a S stain on our country that we still have somebody like Letitia James trying to make this a litigious battle over what Trump is doing in the highest office. And I'm not saying Trump's above the law in certain capacities, whether he has the power to do X, Y, or Z. I try to be fair on that. Biden didn't have the ability to, the student loan bailouts, and then he rejects what SCOTUS is saying. So there's a legal element to this. But this woman just will not go away. And to me, it's nothing more than political brownie points, right? Is that what's in play here, Sean, in your former state?
Yeah, it's all political brownie points. It's all posturing. It's all, look at me. I'm the resistance. That's all it is. And here's the thing. I don't think that's popular anymore.
No.
It was popular in 2016. He was, we had Russia. There was no, his approval rating is above water significantly right now. People want to see Donald Trump succeed. He's got a legitimate honeymoon phase, and there are still folks like CNN, Letitia James, and folks like that around the country who are attempting to be this resistance because it worked for them the last time and they built a career on it. Letitia James ran on getting Trump, right?
Yeah.
So she thinks, well, let me just go back to the well again. It worked for me once. It'll work for me again. It may not work for her this time. I don't know if it's going to, backfire on her to the point where she's going to lose her job or potentially, New York State's going to flip. Maybe not yet, but it's definitely not going to work in her favor.
All right, let's go. I want to go to a couple of other categories that I feel like we've kind of neglected a little bit in the last couple of days. That is some of the DEI stuff that is out there, or that is going away, I should say, as well as the return to work mandates in the office, in the federal government, at the request of Donald J. Trump. Let's start with clip 11. Michael Strahan, I believe from ABC's Good Morning America, former New York Giant. You see him on the Sunday NFL Fox show. Love the way he played back in the day. Doesn't really know much about politics. And Caroline Leavitt schools him on the Trump return to work policy and mandate. Clip 11, Phil, let this rip.
But is there any concern that we risk losing people with years of experience like doctors and let's say scientists?
Well, most doctors who work in actual hospitals and medical institutions have to show up to the office. We know that employees are more productive and more efficient when they are working in an in-office environment, and that's what this administration expects, and I think that's what American taxpayers expect. Don't forget, it's the American people who are funding this government, and they deserve people who are actually showing up to work on their behalf.
What's amazing, Dawn, is we've seen Caroline Leavitt now for all of about 3 days, and she is super impressive. She's way over Michael Strahan's head. I mean, doctors returning to work, and I get it. There's telehealth, and you can have a doctor on demand via Zoom, but I'm guessing 99% of practitioners need to physically be in the office to begin with to diagnose you. Just a guess. What a terrible question from Michael Strahan.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
It's bizarre. The whole thing is bizarre. And when she announced that only 6% of the workforce in D.C., the federal workforce, I actually thought I heard it wrong. And I went back twice just because you're like, no, that can't. 6%.
6%.
6% of those people are in person.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, my goodness. 94%. I mean, not for nothing, but, there are, like we talk about your wife, Kristen, who is, and I know people, in the private sector and the public sector who are highly efficient, and the decision has been made that they can work from home, and actually frees up office space for some people, you know what I mean, for some businesses. So it works, I think, for some companies, but to have 94% of your workforce in a big city, D.C.
Buildings, don't re-sign the lease, whatever. But if they're going to continue to stay as tenants, I want federal government officials that are collecting paychecks from my taxes. Get your ass to work. I understand some people are efficient at home. I understand, at Odyssey, our sales reps, they're not supposed to be here except for 1 day a week for a sales meeting. They need to be out in front of, Bob's Fencing trying to sell spots. You should not be seen. That means you're probably doing a good job. But some of these people that got comfortable with COVID, that have abused the system, these are the people that I want outed and forced to return to work or quit and do a different job.
Absolutely. And I think Donald Trump is now demanding that the folks who have been staying at home have not been working another job while they're working a government job, because that's against the law. You need to go to work if you work for the federal government, period, end of story. You know, the federal government, like you said, doesn't have salespeople, right? You know what I mean? It's a little different, right? They are supposed to be providing a service for the country. They're doing it on the taxpayer dollar. They need to show up to work. They need to be supervised, and it needs to be, known and documented that work is being done, because we honestly don't know what's going on in their homes. And the last thing I want, by the way, is the government to start installing, surveillance in people's houses to make sure that they're working, right? Yeah. Because we know where that eventually winds up. So why don't we just go back to the office the way it used to be, work your 8 hours, okay, and go back home, and that's it, all right? Or if that doesn't suit you, fine. There are, thanks to COVID and the, you can call it innovation, the evolution of the workplace. Thanks to COVID, there are other remote jobs available. Are they going to have the same health benefits and the same pay and some of the same perks? Maybe not. Mm-hmm. If you want to hold on to those, show up to work. If you want to work from home, work from home. But if you work for the government, and who also knows, right? What if you're in an important institution that's handling people's personal information? Is it secure? Are you subject to having people's information stolen because you're doing it on an open Wi-Fi network? I mean, these are things we don't know. And I don't know if several of these instances have happened or have not, but the potential exists. Go to the office and go to work. I think it's far from being unreasonable. And if you don't like it, find a new job.
That's right. And the clock is ticking on for these individuals to make this decision. Phil, let's go to clip 19. Here is Donald Trump saying that federal employees who don't show up to work in person by February 6th will, in fact, be terminated. Clip 19.
As everyone knows, most of the time they're not working. They're not very productive. And it's unfair to the millions of people in the United States who are, in fact, working hard from job sites and not from their home. As federal employees, they must meet a high standard. They're representing our government. They're representing our country. If they don't agree by February 6th to show up back to work in their office, they will be terminated, and we will therefore be downscaling our government, which is something that the last 10 presidents have tried very hard to do but failed.
Yeah, and you know what? You're getting a pretty good severance package, too. You're going to have pay for the next handful of months. I think we talked about this yesterday. Your benefits will still be good through, I think, August or September. So it's not like you're in dire straits. If you have skills and your services are in demand on the open marketplace, you should probably find employment relatively quickly. If you've been fiscally responsible, you should be able to pay your mortgage or your groceries or your utilities for a couple of months and get by, unless you're not financially responsible. And really what I love about this too is he's talking about these people that are not doing their jobs from home to the degree that they would if they were under supervisor surveillance, at the workplace. I remember when I was out of radio and I was selling retirements. I was selling 401ks. I had my Series 6 and 63 license. Man, my supervisor was up and down our cubicle aisles every 15, 20 minutes. You couldn't be looking at Facebook on your phone. You couldn't be on, now this was years ago, you couldn't be on eBay browsing, whatever. And these people that are working from home, they're doing all sorts of things. They run upstairs, they flip the laundry around, they put a load of dishes in, they make dinner early. That's great. I get it. No disrespect to homemakers. If you can, pull that off a little bit, but that's on publicly funded jobs. I have an issue with it. If you're abusing the system with a private corporate employer, none of my business. Federal tax dollars, now it's our business, right? That's the way I view it.
Yep, absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
All right. Let's go to the military. We're all bobbied up, right? We're all focused on Tulsi Gabbard today and tomorrow. Let's go back to Pete Hegseth, because Pete's in, and Pete can say what he wants now. Pete can do what he wants, and the task is very simple. Make the American military great again. The best of the best on the front lines of battle. This is clip 12, Phil. Pete Hegseth talking about ripping out every tentacle of DEI. Listen and watch this.
Accountable to their senior leaders. DEI does not do that. Not only does it not do it, it undermines it.
So everyone's going to be treated equally based on merit. And we're making sure across the Army and the Navy and the Marine Corps and the Space Force, that's happening. There's no hedging here, Will. We're not joking around. There's no changing of names or softly manipulating something. DEI is gone. We're ripping it out root and branch, and we're getting back to the basics with high standards. And guess what? The force is responding because that's what they want. They want to be warfighters.
You know what I love about this? If you just go past the military for a second, I know, Sean, you're into sports. Dawn, you have boys. Your boys play football. If you're an athlete, and it's a team environment, right? It's camaraderie. It's having trust, developing chemistry with your brothers or sisters in football, whether it's the military, whether it's in the corporate world. You want to know that the person that you are, quote, doing battle with, and I put that in air quotes next to you, they have your back, they're talented, and they have the same mission statement and the same end goal. I would never want to be in any of these meritocracy-based positions where I know meritocracy has been minimized for the sake of everybody else feeling like they could be a part of the club, especially if my life is on the line. And I know maybe football is not the best analogy, but there is some semblance of, you know, that tough military training that you get in football. It's 11 on 11. You want to look to your left and to your right and say, you know, you're in the trenches with your boys. They've got your back, and they're qualified to do that because we all have the same vision. I'm so glad that Pete Hegseth got through because I don't think we're going to see any shortages with recruitment goals. Do you?
No, and I think that's part of it. We've seen except with the Marines, except with the United States Marines.
Yeah.
It's just not cool to go into the military unless it is the Marines. That's the problem with all of this. As far as football, actually, David's high school football team, they do have a kicker who is female.
My old high school did as well, 2011.
She is, I mean,
she was good too.
She's like 6 feet tall. She's an underclassman. Her parents are both, were both like through college. Like her mom set actually state records in Pennsylvania. I could go on. So they love her.
Yes.
They absolutely love her. And she was hesitant to go in the locker room, and they were saying, no, come in the locker room. And they, it was really nice. And so that's
she
just
was probably hot.
No, but that's not. I mean, no, they look at her like a sister, like a little sister. You know what I mean? And and that's just the point, that when somebody is good. First of all, not many girls want to play football above, I don't know, 7th grade.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think when somebody's good and they're part of the team, the kids are great about it, and they figure it out. Nobody said you have to all change in front, or like nothing weird like that, because that is so awkward.
Yeah.
So they just were respectful.
Yeah.
I mean, quite frankly, I think the kids, just watching what happened with my son's high school, they were more mature and handled that whole situation with a female on their team.
Yeah.
They handled it better than any government entity, any school board that I actually saw.
Yeah.
You know?
Sean, Phil, you guys are all football fans, and we all hate kickers because they have one job and all they do is miss. I'll tell you right now, again, just to reiterate my point on meritocracy, if it's a high school, a college, or an NFL team, if the best kicker is a female, I want her in there. I want my extra points and field goals to be almost mathematical certainties, gender be damned.
Right. I mean, if Adam Vinatieri was Anna Vinatieri and was as successful as Adam Vinatieri, it's fine. I mean, look, merit should be rewarded first and foremost. I don't care what you are, who you pray to, how tall you are, how short you are. I don't care about any of those material things. I care about results. Can you deliver results? And I think Dawn's point, about the high school football team, those kids want to win. They want to win, and anybody who gives them a better chance of winning at the end of the game, they're going to welcome, because they want to win. The same goes for our military. Our military has not necessarily won a lot in the last couple of years, right? You saw the Afghanistan situation, bunch of engagements that we've been involved with over the last couple of decades. We haven't really looked too sharp. DEI, which creates nothing but a race to the bottom. It's going to create a lazy and less effective fighting force. And Pete Hegseth doesn't want to see that. He wants to be the head coach of the football team that puts the team in the best position to win. That's by filling those positions with the best and most qualified people. It's really that simple. If you focus and you incentivize being the best, more people will care about being the best. There'll be a competition to see who is the best, and the best will rise to the top and fill those positions. That's why Shohei Ohtani is a great baseball player, right? It's why I want to watch, my baseball team, my favorite baseball team, sign the best free agents every single year, because in my opinion, that gives us the best chance of winning that following season. So if we just focus on being the best, I think we'll solve a lot of our problems. And that's why I'm excited that Hegseth got confirmed.
I agree. All right, let's get back to the big story of the day, as yesterday was Bobby Kennedy on the Hill being grilled for his Senate confirmation hearing. Let's get to clip 15 as RFK Jr. and Liz Warren, a.k.a. Pocahontas, had a head-on collision. Clip 15, Phil, let it roll.
So, Mr. Kennedy, will you also agree that you won't take any compensation from any lawsuits against drug companies while you are secretary and for 4 years afterwards?
Well, I'll certainly commit to that while I'm secretary. But I do want to clarify something, because you're making me sound like a shill. I put together that case. I did the Science Day presentation to the judge on that case to get it into court.
Mr. Kennedy, it's just a really simple question.
Yeah,
You've taken in $2.5 million. I want to know if you will commit right now that not only will you not go to work for drug companies, you won't go to work suing the drug companies and taking your rake out of that while you're a secretary and for 4 years after. It's just...
I'll commit to not taking any fees from drug companies while I'm secretary.
No, I'm asking about fees from suing drug companies. Will you agree not to do that?
You're asking me to not sue drug companies,
no,
and I'm not going to agree to that,
drug
Senator.
Companies as much as you want.
I'm not going to agree to not sue drug companies or anybody.
Worth noting that Liz Warren, as I reiterate again from the big take this morning, Liz Warren has made $5.2 million from pharmaceutical companies since 2020 alone. That's on top of whatever her annual salary is, $170,000, $180,000 per year. Now, I don't want Bobby Kennedy lining his pockets from lawsuits, so I don't necessarily hate the question, but who the question is coming from is quite rich, right?
Yeah, I think it is incredibly rich, and she seems to be trying to one up herself with the silly questions. Like you said, I don't really hate the question per se. I just think the person asking it is as hypocritical as it gets. Right? It's like the pot calling the kettle black. I don't necessarily love the cliche, but that's exactly what's going on there. I loved the same type of question that Pete Hegseth. Will you confirm as a general that you're not going to join the military or a defense contract? He says, I'm not a general, right? I mean, she asked essentially the same question to RFK, and he said, I don't know if you've heard the rest of this hearing. I'm not too sure those guys want me around.
Right.
You know what I mean? So silly question, not necessarily a silly concept, but a silly question considering who asked it.
And she got laughed at for the Hegseth question. Remember that.
She did.
All of her colleagues were just rolling. She's had an axe to grind with both of these guys, with Hegseth and
I think she's had a tomahawk to grind, but
and when she starts shouting and she gets that head moving and she's bobbing, is that not the peak definition of like the raging Karen, like that everybody mocks on social media?
Or maybe it's a rain dance. I don't know.
It's a rain dance. I like that one.
Yeah.
All right.
Right?
Let's continue with Bobby, because we know he's a Kennedy and the Democrat family dynasty. He's always been the redheaded stepchild of the bunch. But then in Phoenix, Arizona, he joined Donald Trump. He came out to the There Goes My Hero song. I forget who the hell sings that, but they tried to sue him. He had no right to use it. The Foo Fighters.
Come on.
Yeah, it's a bad job.
You forgot about it.
And I just listened to it yesterday, too. I actually rewatched that whole video. Remember the pyrotechnics going off? Yeah. And Trump was like, wow, that's a reaction. Look at this ovation for Bobby, right? Yeah. So he thinks a lot of this is motivated by the fact that he's a Democrat, and now he's joined a Republican administration. Clip 14, Phil.
From Congress, and will you make HHS transparent?
Yeah, my approach to HHS, as I said before, Senator, is radical transparency. Democrats and Republicans ought to be able to come in and get information that was generated at taxpayer expense, that is owned by the American taxpayer. They shouldn't get redacted documents. Public health agencies should be transparent. And if we want Americans to restore trust in the public health agencies, we need transparency. I want to say something about what you first said. When I launched my campaign, it was about uniting Americans, Democrats and Republicans. There's no issue that should unite us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids. 66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing these explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all of these things that are related to toxics in the environment? Why can't we just agree with each other to put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this? I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I have because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies. I know a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do because I'm not scared of vested interests. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this because we're going to fix it. And the other thing is we are attracting now a caliber of people to HHS like never before in history. And they're entrepreneurs, they're disruptors, they're innovators of immense talent that are walking away, many of them from growing concerns. They're not coming there for position. They're coming there because they want to save our country. And they're from across the political spectrum. And all these Democrats are opposed to me for partisan issues. They used to be my friends, agreed with me on all the environmental issues that I've been working on for my whole career. Now they're against me because anything that President Trump does, any decision he makes, has to be lampooned, derided, discredited, marginalized, vilified.
We need to move on. It is remarkable that somebody could actually be anti-Trump everything just because it's Trump. All of a sudden, you're out on Bobby because he's a part of the Trump administration. And whether it's the military-industrial complex, big pharma, big food, the success that you can have against them, I have no idea what degree of success Bobby Kennedy will have. A lot of bureaucracy, a lot of power, lobbyist groups, money, powerful people. But I give him credit because I don't think he's wrong there when he says, I don't need this BS. I don't need this grief and this stress. I've got a lot of money. I've got a good life. I'm 70 years old, but I'm passionate about it. And I give him credit for at least attempting to fight it while being smeared publicly for doing so, and at least being curious, at least questioning. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but if you fall in lockstep with everything that the major institutions in this country tell you and you just absorb it like a puppet and a sheep, that's on you. And you want to live that life, that's fine, but you don't have an ounce.
I'm like an eternal skeptic. You know, I grew up watching the show Ghost Hunters, right? Which was one of the first really, I think, really good and successful paranormal activity type shows.
My wife used to watch
and one of the points that those guys, that original team used to do, and I love this, and I wish more people would use this thought process, is when something happened, you know, there's the newer shows now where when something happens, they're like, we got a ghost. And it was like The Wind or something. On that show, the original Ghost Hunters, those guys, when something would happen, they used to try to disprove or recreate it in a way that would prove that it wasn't paranormal. So their first instinct was to say, no, this isn't a ghost. This isn't what our show is named after. This was something normal. Look, we recreated it. The thermal imaging. It was a mirror reflection. Something fell off. The window was open. The door moved because there was a draft, right? I mean, they would go through all of these different tests and put the experiences they were having through tests to prove that it wasn't a paranormal experience. And then if it failed all those tests, they would say, hey, this is something. We have gone in reverse now where everybody has this confirmation bias and it's all over the place, not just on one side or the other. Let's take a trip down memory lane. And remember the drones, right? That we just found out were authorized by the FAA. No, that couldn't possibly be the explanation. It had to be China. It had to be an Iranian mothership. It had to be aliens. It had to be some sort of insane thing. When Caroline Levitt just came out and said there was testing being done, which we talked about on this radio station, a testing corridor that was established by the FAA over New Jersey in June of 2023. There was a press release about it, right? She talked about how a lot of after it became a story, it was recreational drones, hobby drones. No, it can't possibly be that people are flying toys in the air when they're about $100 a pop, right? There's these confirmation. Look, we got to get back to Occam's razor, okay? Do you really believe a mask, a piece of fabric that here's my rule, right? You know how they say it doesn't pass the smell test?
Yeah.
If I could smell a fart through the mask, it's not stopping a virus. That's the test. That's the smell test. Eat some Taco Bell, put the mask on. Do you smell it? I do. It's not stopping the virus. Okay?
Ew.
Period. End of story. Right? That's it. As serious. That's it. Chris Christie, he could have told you from the very beginning that masks don't work.
Yeah.
All right. I'm very sure. The problem here is that we are rushing to the most sensational explanation every single time with regards to what it is. A hurricane came. It must be weather manipulated. It has to be. It can't just be that hurricanes happen.
Yep.
Water is wet. It's a psyop. It's actually dry. That's government water. It's never been wet before. It's cold in the winter. It has to be climate change. We're going to lose our planet in 10 years if we don't stop. And the coasts are going to be gone despite the fact that Bill Gates keeps buying houses on the beach. Like we always rush to the most sensational explanation when really there's a very simple explanation out there that will explain away the problem and there won't be an issue. You know, this guy who blew himself up in front of the hotel in Las Vegas was like, oh, somebody was after him. Or he went nuts, wrote a crazy diatribe, and unfortunately it was suffering from a mental health illness and exploded himself outside of a hotel. I mean, it has to be gravatic propulsion equipment. Like we have to just slow down. Yeah. I get it. Clicks, they pay.
Yeah.
We get a lot of money off of engagement. But slow down and use the simplest answer. I'm not going to sit there and believe anybody blindly because they said something that sounds fun to run with. I want the truth. And the truth is usually simple. It really is.
Phil, let me know if we have this. I don't see it on the cut sheet that's printed, but I did send this last night as a follow-up. In regards to what Sean just said about putting on a mask and smelling a fart, I want to play this video if you can pull it. If we have it, text me, let me know. If we don't have it, just grab it. Because there's a woman that pled guilty in the United Kingdom in the first ever cyber farting case. We have to play this, and I can't believe. Okay, so Phil will get it, and when we have it, let me know. This is hysterical. You got to see this. I can't believe we've reached this point in our legal system, but maybe the UK is overstepping their bounds, or maybe it's a joke that we haven't implemented this yet in the country, but we'll get to that coming up shortly. Let's get back to the border. And Phil, let's start with, I want to start with clip 7 here. Secretary Kristi Noem, first of all, phenomenal in uniform. I'll reiterate that countless times. That ice jacket was tailor-made for her. Secretary Noem says Guantanamo Bay is already used for housing illegal immigrants, and that's where the worst of the worst are kept. Clip 7.
Madam Secretary, your department as well, we're going to be getting into this now, but you're tasked with this. This was for DOD and DHS, according to President Trump, to begin preparing Guantanamo Bay to house some 30,000 criminal illegal immigrants. What can you tell us about this program and your role at DHS?
Well, Guantanamo Bay is already being utilized in this manner. There's already facilities there that are housing illegal immigrants, and it's the worst of the worst that are kept there. Many times those who are sent there are gang members, people that have created terrorist activities in the United States of America and have been a real danger and threat to our people. So what we'll be doing is utilizing our resources to expand the capacity there and to make sure that as we continue to do what President Trump has talked about and in deporting people who are here illegally and are making our streets much more dangerous, is that we're going to utilize Guantanamo Bay to a more expansive a purpose, and that we will be going and putting resources there to make sure we have the space to getting people out of this country right away that will make sure our country much more safe.
You know what's amazing about this is the fear mongering of, rounding up people and then, it's going to lead to a worker shortage in agriculture, despite only 1% of these people actually working in agriculture. It's going to cause the cost of living to go up. And I love Tom Homan's rebuttal every time they try to give you the economic fear porn. Well, what price tag, what dollar amount would you put on your safety and your security and your livelihood? And they have no response to that. So to me, if it costs me a little bit more initially, but it means potentially my daughter's life is now safe and secure and she's, mathematically out of harm's way. If there was somebody here in Philadelphia that could come to Bluebell and do something like that, I feel great. And Nick Kayal, is it 800,000? Is it 2%? Is it 12% more? I'm not putting a dollar on it. You can't guilt me into feeling like, oh, well, it's going to have a negative economic impact. And I just love the approach that Homan has taken. And I got to be honest, I don't care if it's Guantanamo Bay. I don't care if it's Pelican Bay. I don't care if it's Rikers Island. I don't care if it's a dumpster in the Pacific. I don't want people here illegally with the intent to harm individuals in this country. And if that's offensive to some people that are pro-immigration, I'm pro-immigration. And that's the thing I hate about this, Dawn, is they make it sound like no, America was built and founded on I shouldn't say illegal, but legal immigrants coming here and making America the robust nation it is. But you have to go about it the right way, right?
Right. And it's not fair to all of the individuals, about 1 million a year, who are sworn in as United States citizens. And it's an arduous process, but they stand in line. Mm-hmm. They do right about it. Do we have to, I guess, make it streamlined for those? Because some people, it takes years. I know a doctor, for example, he and his wife, he's an American citizen. His wife is from an Eastern European country. Mm-hmm. It sometimes will take years. So do we need to fix that and streamline the courts? Absolutely. And I'm all for that. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, this whole notion that, we should just open the doors. And I would say to all of those people who are saying that, many of them 1%ers, if you will, open your doors. I would say the same thing to the Pope. I've been to the Vatican. Has anybody been to the Vatican? I've
been to the Crooked Joe has been to the Vatican. He left a gift at the Vatican, right?
That's Tootsie Roll.
They needed a sign. I put a sign up that said, "No dumping. Violators will be prosecuted."
Exactly right. And you know what the worst part of this is, Sean, is they only talk about the illegal immigrants as far as their fear and the fact that they can't go to church. Now all of a sudden the mainstream media cares about your ability to go to church. They didn't care about your ability to go to church during the pandemic. Right. They didn't care if a Catholic church got raided by the feds or if you were at a pro-life abortion clinic or whatever the Mark Houck stories. They don't seem to care, but all of a sudden when it's an illegal immigrant from a South American country, they care. But I don't hear them talking about illegals that are here from the Middle East, from Asia, perhaps from Italy, from Ireland. It's only the South American illegal immigrants that are having their rights violated in the fear porn. There's people from a bazillion countries that have come here since Joe Biden got into office in 2021. But they isolate it to South America because they want to paint you as being anti-South American and racist. That's what they're trying to do.
And you know what else they're doing, right? You know what else they're saying now, I find, which is the strangest talking point I think they could have come up with is, well, who's going to pick our food? And I'm like, whoa. Okay, so let's go back to 1860. Kind of sounds a lot like when the slave owners were like, well, who's going to pick our cotton? Right? No, seriously. Mm-hmm. Do we not understand how, like, very similar the talking points are? So you don't want to get rid of the illegal aliens because they pick your food. And, oh, by the way, since they're illegal aliens, they don't have the same, quote unquote, rights under our labor laws that American citizens have. So you pay them lower, most likely, than minimum wage. These are the same people with the $15 an hour, right? With Bernie Sanders, now it's $20 an hour, right? Minimum wage. These are the same people who, healthcare is a right, this, that, but they don't want to pay illegal aliens who are picking avocados. They don't want to pay them a livable wage. They also don't want to pay an American a livable wage, right? Because then it makes the cost of their avocados go up.
Mm-hmm.
And as our favorite senator from Louisiana says, these are avocado toast eating high IQ stupid people, right? These are Senator John Kennedy, who was speaking about 1/4 of that speed because, it takes a long time. I love the
Help
guy.
me
though.
understand
He's really
this.
funny. Yeah, help me understand. President Biden was in charge of the Sahara Desert. He'd run out of sand. This is a guy. This is a group of people now who cried racism over and over and over and over and over again. And now their number one talking point about not deporting illegals is who's going to pick the food, who's going to work the fields, who's going to clean my house. So the only reason you want these people here is because they do the things you don't want to do, and you don't pay them a lot of money, and you don't pay somebody the wage that they deserve to be making to do those things. It kind of sounds like you want slavery back. Kind of sounds like the way you acted before the Civil War, when the Southern Dixie Democrats, right, the pre-Civil War Democrats were like, but if we get rid of our slaves and free the slaves, our economy is going to collapse. It's the same argument that's being made right now against mass deportations, and that is scary.
And by the way, let's also point out the blame, because there's a lot of blame to go around. It's those who come here illegally. It's those who permit it to happen in government, from Biden to Mayorkas on down the list. And, oh, by the way, the employers that hire these individuals. I don't care if you own a landscaping company, a restaurant, whatever it might be, whatever profession. If you are knowingly hiring illegal immigrants, you are now employing a criminal. Let's also go after them and punish them. I don't know if it's a civil thing or a criminal thing, but there should be accountability for these businesses, whether it's a small business or a corporation that's skirting it around because they want really talented, hardworking people that will come at a cheap cost, despite the fact that their status is illegal, right? I mean, and my mother-in-law sent me a text a couple of days ago about this. She's like, so are you going to criticize Trump? Because back in the day, there was an absolute certainty that at his casinos or some of his buildings that he probably employed illegal aliens. And I'm like, yeah, in 2002, 1988, whatever year it might have been, if Trump had people working there illegally, knowingly, then I think that's a bad look for him. But you know what? It's 2025, and we didn't have, 15 million people flood the border in 4 years. So I try to be consistent with it, but some of these employers that knowingly do it, like perhaps this car wash, right? We just had the raid in Philadelphia, North Philadelphia, 7 arrests made. You don't think the people that owned that car wash knew that these people were illegal aliens? I mean, come on. You know that, especially if you're paying them under the table, which presumably you might have been. All right. That'll do it for round one of the cut sheet. We have more coming up around 9:30. We'll come back. We'll get to some calls and a big 3 from Dawn. And then in the final hour, the 9 o'clock hour, I want to go towards a couple of things that we have some follow-ups with, including Anthony Mackie of Captain America. And we also have to rip New York Magazine, because New York Magazine tried to do a crop job with a photo of a MAGA ball gathering, and they tried to make it look like it was a racist cult, implying that there were no people of color. But if you would have just taken the full photo, you would see it was very diverse. New York Magazine, shame on you, but the internet's perfect. And we'll get to your exposing next here on Kayal and Company.
First, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs and innovative features, and they're powered by the very latest in technology. Right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. PIAZZA PremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Jimmy Kelly fired it a little prematurely. My neck almost broke. Dawn's head almost fell off her shoulders. We'll get to the Big 3 here coming up in just a moment. It's Kayal and Company as we continue here, 8:42. On this Thursday morning, Nick Dawn and Sean Ferris. Sean Ferris in for Greg Stocker. A couple of things that we will get to after the Big 3, which is moments away. We do want to get to, obviously, the updates with what's going on in Arlington. Dawn will have that as well as other things. Also, we have to give some updates to the Anthony Mackie Captain America story that has gone viral with his comments. Once again, Hollywood just so disconnected from reality and the everyday person. Also, New York Magazine and also Variety, many outlets reporting this. I saw it from Variety yesterday. But Meta and Mark Zuckerberg will now compensate and settle with Donald Trump after they banned him from their platforms 4 years ago to the tune of $25 million. All of those
I got
stories.
banned once too. Can I have money?
Yeah, I think they're going to
Go,
give you $2,500 coming your way. Would you like Venmo or PayPal, sir?
I'll take 2,500. That's more than I thought I'd get. Honestly,
Same here.
25 million's all right, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I sound like the president, so I should get something.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
All right. Now we will get to a big three from Dawn Stensland at 8:44, Jimmy Kelly. And now he doesn't.
Da-da-da-da. Big three.
Take your time, Jimbo.
Sponsored by First Bank this morning. We'll get right to it. We have the breaking news story this morning that we've been following for you. This tragic plane crash that happened last night where you had a commercial airliner, a small airliner carrying 64 people, and it collided with or crashed with a military chopper, Black Hawk. And this happened just as it was coming upon landing, of course, at Reagan National Airport, which is now diverting all flights and shut down until further notice, at least until 11 a.m. today. By the way, Philadelphia International Airport is handling some of those diverted flights diverted away from Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport after that midair collision between the American Airlines jet and the Black Hawk chopper. The headlines this morning, within the past a little over an hour at this point, the officials came out, including the new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, literally within the first, let's say he was just sworn in on Tuesday. This is Thursday morning. So on the new job, speaking out there along with all of the other officials, what we're learning here, and the one headline tragically, is that they've switched it from a rescue mission to a recovery, meaning they do not believe there are any survivors. For me, I will tell you, one of the most emotional moments was when you saw, because of those bodies they've recovered, 27 at least bodies they've pulled from the 36-degree water, high windy conditions, but one body they've recovered is a military serviceman that was aboard that Black Hawk. And you saw the first responders as they had a stretcher, the U.S. servicemen, and they draped his body in a flag. I mean, and they're all at salute, standing at attention, firefighters and all those first responders, not necessarily military members, they're first responders. And by the way, there are hundreds of them. They're the real heroes, if you will, of this. They've been working in just brave situations with that frigid water and then the wind, very bad, dangerous conditions. In any event, we don't know the identity of the victim, that service member, but all of those first responders by the dozens, and they lined up as they then rolled that stretcher of the body of the deceased U.S. You just saw that respect, and you just you felt that pain.
The Army is saying it was,
goodness.
quote, a fairly experienced Black Hawk crew. Fairly experienced.
We don't know. They and here's the thing.
They had night vision goggles on.
And we've heard about those crashes. So there are many questions. For example, there are many of those saying that if you look at this video and it was captured, the collision was captured by multiple different cameras in this day and age. But there are many saying that who approved of this mission, that this was some kind of a practice mission. So who approved of that? What happened here? And these 3 soldiers on board are believed all to be perished, as they still are searching for all of these bodies. But they're confirming that the passengers on the flight, including a group of figure skaters, their coaches, some of their family members, they were returning from a development camp that followed the U.S. Figure Skating Championships that just happened in Wichita. So and there are reportedly some D.C. officials, obviously, because this is, on one side you have Arlington, Virginia. On the other side, as you know, it's D.C. So we will continue to look for the names, the identities. Families have to be notified, all of that. But there have been so many emotional moments, but I think that one was a poignant moment this morning.
Yes. You mentioned in one of the first rounds of your reporting on this that it usually takes about a year for the investigation to conclude, to get results. But boy, the way the Trump administration is hitting the ground running, Operation Warp Speed, no pun intended, getting results, makes me wonder if we'll find out sooner rather than later, based on, the typical timeline, especially with Black Hawk, military personnel involved. Maybe this gets expedited to the top and we get the truth quickly or quicker.
Well, and for those families, because the family members, first of all, I had mentioned earlier that the pilot known as Sully or the hero on the Hudson, he has been speaking out as well and being interviewed. I don't know if there's audio or video of him, but in print, he was contacted. And he was the one who, and it was a miracle on the Hudson, that movie with, you mentioned Tom Hanks was the star in that one, but a passenger plane. He landed, obviously, the Hudson River, New York, back in 2009. And in that one, you had 150 people. Everyone was saved. It was amazing how he could land that. And it's an incredible movie if you've never seen it, but he was asked about it. And he said that, for example, when you're going over a river, because there are no lights, so the fact that this is over the Potomac, it's very dark. Remember that for Sully, it was broad daylight. It was January, but it was broad daylight in 2009.
It was frigid that day too, right?
And it was frigid. Yep. Yesterday, 50 degrees. But the difference now is that you have, this one's a collision. His situation was that they had a flock of geese, and they blamed it on the geese. In this one, the question is, what happened here? Was it a mission that was, what was going on here? I'm not going to speculate.
$5 says Sully will be on with Jesse Waters tonight.
Yeah, here's what he's talking about, how difficult it is, certain things that they have to learn from. And I think in his print interviews that I've seen this morning, he's being very careful because remember, he was wrongfully accused.
Oh, that's right.
Remember, his airline was trying to say, oh, this was pilot error. And it crushed him and crushed his family. Yep. And then he was exonerated once they could prove that, yes, indeed, this was a flock of geese. It was, and that on the opposite side, he in fact was a real hero. The fact that he was able to navigate.
Oh yeah, he saved all those lives.
Saved all those lives.
Yes,
and so he in particular is somebody this morning who's reminding everyone, don't judge the pilots or make the speculation to blame an individual, especially because all of these people are deceased, believed to be deceased, I should say.
Yep.
So we're following that for you this morning, and as well following the latest with regard to how President Trump and the White House, all of the new administration, they're putting out social media comments. The other big story is that 3 more Israeli hostages, 5 Thai nationals, who were kidnapped by Hamas terrorists on this day 482 of the hostage crisis in the Middle East. Well, they were freed this morning, and that's 19-year-old Agamberger, 80-year-old Gadi Moses, and 29-year-old Arbel Yehu. They were received by the Red Cross there, the International Committee of Red Cross, and then as well 110 Palestinians were released on the other side. So as far as this has been going on, and remember, this all began less than 24 hours before President Donald J. Trump was sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. A total of 15 Israeli hostages have now been set free, many more to come, so we're following that one for you. Number 3, I was trying to find out something a little lighter because it's a heavy, prayerful morning as we are all waking up to this. Certainly this happened last night, but now learning all of the details, the tragic details. I did see, as far as the Eagles go, because we are preparing for our Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl. Yeah, the Super Bowl, Sunday, February 9th. Did Dora the Explorer, did Dora endorse or say that she's rooting for the Chiefs?
Oh, a Disney character endorsement?
What?
No,
Dora the Explorer.
What did she?
Tom Homan shipped her out.
Sean Farish with the line of the morning. Dora got it.
Can we deport SpongeBob while we're at it? Get that little square dope out of this country.
But so now maybe Dora is she an Eagles fan because Trump is not? Or is she a Chiefs fan because Trump is? I don't know, but that was going a little viral.
I'm just assuming any voice talent that voices any of these godforsaken Disney Plus shows probably is rooting for the Chiefs because they probably all idolize Taylor Swift and wish that they were dating Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Doesn't she have an eagle on her show?
Does she? I don't know. That was one of the shows that my daughters didn't watch.
Little cute little monkey.
Yeah.
And the map. She always, what if I had those
Wheel up the
eyes?
backpack.
Yeah, she has the eyes like.
We deported
oh.
Dora the Explorer because she was smuggling drugs through her backpack. You know that? Terrible.
It's a sin. It's a sin.
Swipe or no swiping, right? This is swiping. We swiped her right out of here. She's gone.
We are sponsored by First Bank, ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner. You can count on First Bank for personalized support, smart solutions, help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. And Piazza Auto Group sponsors our forecast. A sunny forecast for you today. 42 degrees, bright sunny skies. We will be 49 degrees tomorrow, but with some showers moving in. And then for your weekend, 42-ish with partly sunny skies. Back to normal weather for this time of year as we transition into the month of February. The full Honda lineup is available today at your local Piazza Honda dealer, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Just get financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months on select models online. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Actually, Jimmy Kelly, let's squeeze in a call before we wrap up the hour. I want to go to line 2. Let's get Bob in Richboro in here. Bob, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, Nick.
Yes.
Hey, real quick. My son used to run a big landscape company in California. One Friday afternoon, a guy comes in. He says, I want to switch my Social Security number. And he goes, oh, my gosh. And he hands him the security number. He goes, this hurts my head. Come back in on Monday and we'll talk about it. He comes in on Monday. He goes, oh, no, I got a different Social Security number. Here he was an illegal alien, and he thought whoever brought him into the country, you could buy any Social Security number you want.
Well, you can be any gender you want these days, Bob. So what the hell? We'll change our numbers, you know.
So he passed E-Verify, and my son seems to think it's coming from Puerto Rico. You could go down there. I could get a bunch of people and say, here's $1,000 for your Social Security, maybe even $500 or $100,
right?
And then come back here and sell those.
So it was an authentic Social Security number, but it obviously did not apply to the illegal alien because he was here illegally.
100%.
Now, did he ultimately fire him? Did he fire the employee?
100%. And then he checked back a little bit later. He was working for the construction company down the road because E-Verify said he was legal.
Jesus. He took his talents. He took his talents down the street to the next landscaping company. Unbelievable. I've heard those stories.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dawn, I think you mentioned 2 days ago on the air, the Texas story with the identity theft, right?
Yep. But nobody does anything about it, or they didn't. And so that's a real E-Verify. They need to fix that system.
Yeah.
A picture of you now that we're going to get the real ID finally coming up, or I don't know, they need to figure that out where a picture of you.
Yeah.
Because for me, it was a man who was working as a janitor in a Texas big company. And so you're telling me that even I'm a woman all the way here in Philadelphia, and that doesn't come up. That like my name should come up when they type that social in, right?
Right.
So I don't understand. They do need to fix it.
Unbelievable. Thanks for the call, Bob. 855-839-1210. Fourth and final hour coming up next. We get to Meta, we get to Captain America, and we also get to New York Magazine trying to create racism by deliberately fooling their audience. It's Kayal and Company. Final hour on the way.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such professionalism, precision, and care. From the custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to those all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
.904 Kayal and Company as we kick off the final hour here on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can download that right now if you haven't already. Watch the show live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Be notified with a little ding, a little sounder once we go live, which we do each day starting at 6 a.m. and throughout the rest of the day. The Dawn Show at 10, Dom at noon, and Zioli coming up at 3 o'clock. Sean Farish is in for Greg Stocker this morning. We'll get to the cut sheet part 2 coming up at the bottom of the hour. Also today in music history with Phil, our movie clip from Jimmy Kelly, and what is on tap for the Dawn Show less than an hour from now. But we'll pivot away from the Bobby Kennedy stuff, the illegal immigration stuff, a couple of other stories out there in the world of free speech, as well as Hollywood. And I want to get to this story because this is a follow-up from, I believe it was Tuesday, when Stocker played you the clip of Anthony Mackie, who has been casted for the role of Captain America in the upcoming release and the reboot of the Captain America series, Brave New World in Rome. I believe the movie comes out later this spring. I think it's in March. If I'm wrong on that, apologies. I'm not a big action superhero type movie guy other than Batman. I can talk Batman all day, but the rest of them, DC, Marvel, I don't know the difference. Not really interested in any of them. But we played you the clip of Anthony Mackie. Again, this is along the lines of Selena Gomez and all of these Hollywood elites that, remember, back during the election, tried to lecture us. Kamala Harris tried to buy all of these people off. Vote for Kamala, Oprah Winfrey, this celebrity, that celebrity. America rejected that. They don't resonate with us. They're detached from reality. I don't hate on them. They make the money they make. God bless you. It's capitalism. That's why America is the best country. And Anthony Mackie, in the clip we played for you on Tuesday, said, quote, Captain America represents a lot of different things. And I don't think the term America should be one of those representations. It's about a man who keeps his word, who has honor, dignity, and integrity. I want to play you the longer version of this clip because now Anthony Mackie had to walk it back on Instagram, and we'll give you that quote and those quotes as well. But Phil, let's play this clip. This is Captain America, Anthony Mackie.
For me, Captain America represents a lot of different things, and I don't think the term, America should be one of those representations. It's about a man who keeps his word, who has honor, dignity, and integrity. Someone who is trustworthy and dependable. This is kind of like an aspect of a dream coming true. When I was a kid, all of us as actors, I believe, want to get back to that day before someone told you no. When you look out your door and you see a 5-year-old kid with a stick and he's slaying dragons to save the princess in the tower, that kid really believes there are dragons out there. That stick is really a sword and he's really trying to save that princess. And then one day somebody told him, no, there are no dragons, that's not a sword, and that princess is not there. And all of his little dreams were dashed. So, as an actor, I feel like our job is to get back to the day where we see that dragon and we slay that dragon to save that princess. And that's kind of what this movie was for me.
So I am very consistent when it comes to athletes, entertainers, and celebrities, when it comes to political viewpoints or social viewpoints. Either we let everybody that's coming out of their lane share their free speech beliefs with no punishment, no cancellation, no losing future job opportunities because you're left or you're right. And we know it's usually the right that gets punished for all of this. Or you just stay strictly in your lane. But, I mean, for God's sake, Sean Farish, the guy's job title is Captain America. It's 2 words. So you can't just ditch America here. And I want to go back to the days when celebrities and entertainers just entertained me and didn't try to rewrite history. Remember, like the woke Snow White, how she wasn't dependent upon the prince and how that bombed. This movie, I think, could do well or it could bomb. I'm not sure. I won't see it either way. But the anti-America agenda of Hollywood is really, really staggering because I just looked during the break. We have 8.2 billion people globally on this planet. And the United States has 341 million of those people that are here, whether it's legally or illegally. There are people legitimately that will walk and crawl over broken glass to get to this country and love everything about America. I'm just tired of those who capitalize on what America offers them, yet they publicly come out with anti-American viewpoints. This guy's going to get tens of millions of dollars to play Captain America wearing a costume and a cape. And I got to hear about the America or the anti-America viewpoints. I mean, I'm just at the point with all of them. Anthony Mackie, Selena Gomez, woke Snow White, all of you either have a clue what you're talking about. And I don't care if you're wrong or I disagree, but at least somehow, some way resonate with the common person that would love to be in your position and not badmouth America. Your thoughts, Sean?
Yeah, it is so aggravating to hear it, coming from a guy like Colin Kaepernick, who was adopted by white parents and went to the University of Nevada and, made it into the NFL, talk about oppression. Oh, you can't do I would love to be as oppressed as Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah,
I really would. I would love that big oppressive Nike contract that he's got. I would just say, let me live some of that oppression. Joy Reid, another one who's oppressed. Really? You have some of the worst ratings on television, yet you still have a job. You're the only person who won't be fired, because if you do get fired, you're going to be on social media crying somewhere about, I was only fired because I'm black. And no, it's not what it is. Woke Snow White, this guy with Captain America. I mean, maybe they found the wrong actor if you don't like the country. Maybe Mel Gibson should come back and play it. He played the Patriot. He happens to be an actual Patriot. And he's from Australia, too, where I did very well, by the way. We love Australia. But we're turning the Great Barrier Reef into the greatest barrier reef. We're going to do it. But look, these people that come in here, whether you're in, you were born in this country or, you weren't, and you chase the American dream and you make it, okay? I don't take anything away from Selena Gomez for her success. No. I'm not a fan of her music, but I applaud and I admire her success. Good for you. You did a great job. You something hit. You connected with your audience. You people. There was a market for your perceived abilities. Again, it's not a market that I'm a part of, but millions of people enjoy her content, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I also don't happen to be a big fan of Joe Rogan. I don't think he's that funny.
Same here.
A lot of people do. It's okay, right? I'm not hating on people for being successful. But if you're going to come to America or you're going to achieve your success in America, because we are America, right? Because we are America, you better respect the country and the place that allowed you to be that successful, okay? Taylor Swift, same thing. A lot of these actors, actresses, musicians, same thing. If this place is so horrible, well, why don't you go do your thing, Beyonce, in Russia or somewhere else if this is such a terrible place, Just be thankful. Show some gratitude. And understand, like Michael Jordan understood, that Republicans wear sneakers too. I know people who are on our side of the aisle who do like Taylor Swift, who do listen to Beyonce, who do listen to some of these woke people, and it's terrible because they want to support them. They like the music. Then there's a guilty pleasure. I just want to get away from that.
And I understand that these artists, they put their own little twist and spin on a character, right? Like we've seen various iterations of the Joker. Jack Nicholson versus Heath Ledger versus Joaquin Phoenix, Cesar Romero. They all have like a different vibe and approach to it. But when you're Captain Stinkin' America, you can't say that it's not about America. I mean, Dawn, you have worked at the network levels. Larry has dealt with entertainment before, as from a broadcasting standpoint. Do you think that these Hollywood elitists are still clueless and they can't read the room with where America is at? Because when Trump won 3 months ago, it was a cultural tipping point, and a lot of these people are still oblivious to it.
Well, I think based on the comments that you just played on the cut sheet, he got the memo now to say something, I think a little better. He's like he's kind of backtracking.
Yeah, Phil, throw up the Instagram post so the audience can read it while Dawn gives her point.
Yeah, because I would say this. Remember Captain Marvel back, it was like 2019, and it was the female, the blonde, Brie Larson played it. And what I would say about it, give these people a good script as well. So even my sons were saying, "Oh, I don't know, this is the latest Captain America. This is going to be hard for him." They weren't discussing they didn't know about the political angle of it. Mm-hmm. But it's just you're drastically changing now the actor who's playing this. And so on top of it, and this is the role is like you're you were a captain in the Army, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a patriot. You're playing a patriot. That's your role.
Right.
So if these people don't get it, give them a script. But then the script is not great either. So I will see it. So I'll let you know because we see all of these.
Okay.
I just remember seeing Captain Marvel, which was like a big deal in 2019. Oh, it's a female that's playing this, and it bombed. Like I wanted to root for her. It just wasn't a great script.
Yep.
She's the actress who played in Lessons in Chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever saw that series, it's awesome. She's a great actor. So give these people a good script. And I would say, quite frankly, if I'm in the PR department over there, give them a good script when they're being interviewed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just write the script for them. They're actors. They'll just act it out.
New York Magazine highlighting Anthony Mackie and his backpedaling. You just saw the Instagram post from Phil on YouTube. If you care to read the backpedaling / apology of, I didn't mean to disrespect America, I love America, you can get that. I'll be fair. He did apologize. And I'm not saying he had to.
I think he had to.
I mean, I'm all for free speech, even speech I don't like. Own what you say. Yeah, stand by it. Same thing with Selena Gomez. You wanted to cry on Instagram that she couldn't do anything to help the illegals being deported, then she deletes it. So either you're on the right side and you're righteous, or you're not. Why would you delete it?
Because
I love seeing her delete it.
So do I.
That was my favorite thing, right? It's like, my people are being attacked. Shh. Okay, then how about you invite your people to your house?
Yeah.
How about you cry for Lake and Riley?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. You cried for people you don't know, and you'll never know, by the way. You're never going to know the illegals. I'm not here advocating for racial profiling of people you think are Mexican, or if someone's brown and has an accent, they're automatically illegal. No, right? But that's not what's going on.
Right.
She's, my people are being attacked. I wish I could do something.
Well, you can.
On Instagram.
She can. She's got a $5 million. She got a $5 million dream home. House them.
Let them in.
Yeah, let them in.
Bring them all in.
Yeah.
Right. But she didn't cry for Lake and Riley. She didn't cry for Rachel Morin. She didn't cry for Travis Wolf. She didn't cry for Kate Steinle. She didn't cry for Jocelyn Ungare. And by the way, she's crying all about these illegal immigrants. Is this guy up in Massachusetts, Cesar Polanco? They just got this guy who beat his pregnant wife to death in front of his 5-year-old son because he drank too much and did too much cocaine.
Yeah.
We're crying for him.
Nope.
Is that what we're crying for? The thing is, she actually doesn't know.
No.
I believe she's oblivious. If you said to Selena Gomez, Selena, who is Lake and Riley? She would say, oh, I don't know. Okay. But, and that's a problem. I think everybody should know her name. We all know who George Floyd is.
Yeah.
We should probably know who Lake and Riley is, but she doesn't know. The point of the matter is she did it, A, for attention, which we're giving it, but we're giving it attention for the right reasons, to condemn it, to say this is stupid. But B, it's all about, it's woke, and all my woke friends are crying for the illegals and they're posting these things. I'm going to go on there and act a little bit. But what shows me that she doesn't actually believe it is she took the post down. So those tears, I no longer think those tears were real.
Yeah, she's the
That
one
was some sort of acting
protesting.
exercise.
Right. She embodies the pro-Gaza protesters from the LGBT community that are either oblivious or don't care that the cause they're supporting, if they were dropped off in the Middle East and decided, hey, I'm going to go up to Hamas terrorists and say, my name is Stephanie and here's my pronouns. And I say, they will cut your head off. They don't want your support because they don't believe in your freedoms and your lifestyle that you're afforded here in this country that you claim Donald Trump is trying to attack and take away from you.
That's right.
We got to get to New York Magazine quickly just to wrap up this segment because New York Magazine had the Anthony Mackie story, but then also New York Magazine was slammed for cropping a photo to make a MAGA gathering look like a racist cult. The Daily Mail writes, New York Magazine has been slammed online and on social media for editing out black attendees from a front cover spread of the young, gleeful, and casually cruel MAGA faithful. So there you will see on YouTube the article on the right and then the middle cover of the magazine. And you see all these people in their, 20s, perhaps early 30s. I don't know, anywhere from 18 to 32. There's some mixed drinks, couple of high noons. Love a good high noon, by the way. That's the cover of it. And if you were to actually pan back in the picture, which the Daily Mail and other outlets that have outed New York Magazine have done, you will see multiple ethnicities. You will, in fact, see 3 African-American men legitimately 6 inches away from where the photo cuts off, where they say, out late with the young right, as they contemplate cultural domination, written by Brock Collier of New York Magazine. The headline, The Cruel Kids Table. I say this repeatedly on this show. The mainstream legacy media, when we look at racism, the supply of it in reality, in everyday life, does not meet and match the demand that the media and the Democrats want or claim is out there for racism. And this is after the least racially diverse election, the most racially diverse election since Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964. A Republican had more black voters and more Hispanic voters than we have seen in 60 years. Yet you're going to put a magazine out there for your elitists in the Big Apple to read that say MAGA doesn't welcome minorities. There's people right there in the gathering at the ball drinking cocktails, but you couldn't widen the lens on your photo 3 more inches because you had a narrative to sell to the American public. I love the fact that places like New York Magazine, New Yorker, and all these little vanity magazine publications, Rolling Stone, Newsweek, I want them all outed for their BS.
And by the way, one of the people who threw the party is an African-American man. So
he's
C.J. Pearson, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
C. J. Pearson.
And he's been outspoken
Yeah,
for a while.
young kid from Alabama. Yep, young Republican. I think he might be in his early 20s.
But he posted that and everybody was retweeting it. And that's the beauty of social media now, that they can show, New York Magazine just crops this. Everybody's showing the uncropped piece that Phil has up there. And then everybody says, are you kidding me? And then they're exposed. It's a beautiful thing.
It's becoming that easy too to expose them. That's the best part. Is becoming that, like when CNN said Elon Musk did a Hitler salute, and it was like, all right, well, I guess I have a job to do. I went on some coverage of that event and went back, and my heart goes out to you. And they took the audio out. I mean, it's becoming. They have to reach so far to try and find these things that it's becoming that easy.
Yeah.
Russia was hard to debunk. You had to take, it was years of digging and finding these connections, and people like Levin and Bongino and Devin Nunes and John Radcliffe and Kash Patel, and they put all this information out. It's like, oh, there's a picture with white people. I bet you we could find another picture with a lot of people who aren't white, quickly.
Yeah.
And then because X is a free speech platform and we have, not control, but fairer platforms on the internet now, it becomes debunked, and we laugh at them within seconds.
You're right. Yep. 855-839-1210. Are you tired of the winning yet? I mean, the winning hasn't stopped in 3 months. I love it. I just keep rolling.
It's not going to stop. It's going to be great. We win like nobody's ever won before, right?
I'm kind of rooting for a loss just so I could change it up a little bit and go after somebody else. Yeah, this is getting a little exhausting here.
You know, we signed a new executive order. Pluto is a planet again, by the way. We signed an executive order, and we also granted Chris Christie planet status, too. Just wanted to say that.
Yes. Big fan of Uranus. All right. I might actually do a show there one day. I don't know. I'll play top 40 music from Uranus. We'll come back. We'll get to a Dawn Stensland Big 3 today in music history, our movie clip from Jimmy, and one last story as Zuckerberg has to pony up the money. We'll talk about it. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive.
So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Hit the roads this winter in style with amazing offers from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Lease the refined 2024 Mercedes-Benz C300 4MATIC sedan for only $449 a month for 36 months with $0 down, or road trip this winter in the 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLC 300 4MATIC SUV for only $539 a month, also $0 down. Shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. YazaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
I ain't seen nothing yet.
Mustard. Kayal and Company rolling on. Super busy Thursday morning. Super entertaining show tomorrow for sure, as Sean Farish and Joe Conklin will be with us. I mean, big take tomorrow, top 2 stories, and then I'm just going to laugh for the next 3 hours. It's pretty much how I'm going to spend my Friday. I hope you will join us and spend your Friday with us. We'll get Conklin in here, which, by the way, Farish, Joe Conklin does all sorts of great impressions. He does a Trump not nearly as good as you. I've told him that, so I'm not saying anything he doesn't know.
We could have a Trump off, by the way.
But we can. But he also does a very good Joe Biden. So what I would like to do is have a little Joe and DJT conversation tomorrow between the two of you. And then, if we want to get real crazy in the following couple of weeks, maybe post Super Bowl, that little slow stretch in February, not for our format, but, sports-wise, we get Esty back in here. And we have a Kamala, Joe, Trump 3-way conversation with Conklin, Farish, and Esty. That would be a ratings bonanza.
Bonanza. What a beautiful. And I'll tell you something. Your ratings go through the roof like a rocket ship every Friday. You know that. They go up like it's never seen before, like nobody's ever seen. But we do so well. And I'm signing executive orders like nobody has ever seen. We're having a great time doing it, but my wrist is getting very sore. It's like Jeffrey Toobin on a Zoom call. You know what I'm talking about, right? It's terrible. It's terrible. Let's go, Harry.
Oh, jeez. All right. We'll get to Today in Music History as well as our morning mystery movie clip, but let's get caught up in the world of news. One of the worst air disasters we've seen probably in 15 plus years. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:32.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored this morning by the Special Olympics of Pennsylvania. Number one, just updating you that no survivors are expected after that American Airlines plane and an Army helicopter collided midair over D.C. last night as the search and recovery operation, or search and rescue operation, I should say, has now become a recovery mission. So the flight traveling from Wichita, Kansas, colliding with the military chopper while approaching runway 33 at the D.C. airport, Reagan National, around 9 o'clock. And we're even hearing from some of the spouses on the commercial airliner saying, and one man had been speaking out saying, my wife had just texted me, hey, we're just about to land, or we're just landing. And just the tragedy as these families embrace this. We've been covering this for you all morning long and learning more information, but no survivors expected out of this, as certainly more than 300 first responders continue to pull bodies from the 36-degree Potomac River amid very windy conditions. So it looks like they're saying at least 28 bodies, including the one U.S. Army serviceman.
Yeah, it's 28 bodies recovered, 67 feared dead. We've heard from Sean Duffy, who's the new Secretary of Transportation in the former position held by Pete Buttigieg, and now it looks like in the corner of the television for Fox, Hegseth, our Secretary of Defense, is set to speak on the plane collision soon. So might be coming to you right around the time the Dawn Show starts.
Yeah, there's so much developing and so much breaking, and we're learning new information. By the way, the new Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, the one headline for him is that he was saying this was absolutely preventable. And remember that President Trump had been putting that out on Truth Social, and Duffy saying, I agree with the president, this was preventable. So perhaps we'll learn more about that. But, the confirmation hearings, there was talk that these would be canceled on Capitol Hill. No, the confirmation hearings will go on amid this tragedy and amid the recovery efforts. Now, that means that former Democrat and Representative Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, RFK Jr., all of this, they still facing more intense questioning from senators as they now will they be confirmed? Will they become part of Trump's second administration? So we'll be covering all of that moving forward.
Well, I really do believe that Tulsi Gabbard is going to handle herself incredibly well. I mean,
I think so.
I've never seen her not in one of those just totally poised speaking engagements. She's almost a flatliner. Not to say she's boring, but boring shouldn't really matter. But she's just very well spoken, always even keeled. I don't really expect a ton of fireworks unless somebody really tries to put on a production. Unless Liz Warren starts going all raging Karen, I think Tulsi Gabbard, forget whether she gets confirmed or needs a recess appointment, I think she'll be very meticulous and methodical.
They're going to bring back Russia with her because they're accusing her of being a Russian agent. And it's just a shame that Kamala's not in the Senate anymore, because it would be nice to see Kamala v. Tulsi part
again.
2. Yeah.
Well, we are sponsored by the Special Olympics PA 2005. Philadelphia Polar Plunge is the coolest event in the Philadelphia region. Chill at Citizens Bank Park February 1st. So coming up this weekend to make a splash and support Special Olympics Pennsylvania athletes at the very same time. Visit phillyplunge.org. You can learn more. Sign up today. Thank you, Special Olympics PA. And by the way, First Bank sponsors our number 3 in the Big 3. This is a lighter-hearted story. We've been talking a lot about federal workers. Well, you know which federal workers are really working harder than they've worked in many years? The White House stenographers. Because under the new administration, the story is that the people responsible for transcribing Trump's public remarks, they're actually struggling to keep up with all the words. Now they are.
Right.
But 22,000 words, that was just on Inauguration Day.
Well, it's easy to be a stenographer when Joe Biden's the president and he gives you one-word answers. I mean,
I could go into the teleprompter and you copy and paste. That's all you got to do.
I could have been Joe's stenographer under the consumption of 4 Tito doubles with a typewriter.
My favorite words they're not the stenographers, but it's the sign language people. And when Joe Biden comes up with some gibberish, they're just like, I don't know.
I know.
Gotta do a little.
How do you sign
like,
gibberish?
I'll lay an effective strategy to mobilize true and pressure. And they were like,
Is on? Hello.
And then you're like,
I'm serious. Think about it.
Oh, we're thinking about it, Joe. It's been bouncing around in my head for 8 minutes. I still don't know what the hell you said.
Even the Associated Press writes, the flood of words is one of the most visible or audible shifts from Biden to Trump.
Flood of words.
So that was a pretty funny line.
It's called the weave. It's not a flood. It's a weave. These people don't know what they're talking about.
Well, we
Stupid people.
Sponsored by First Bank, ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner account on First Bank for personalized support, smart solutions, really to help you get your business growing. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Thank you, First Bank, for sponsoring part of our Big Three this morning.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We talked about the winning doesn't stop. Obviously, we've seen a lot of defamation lawsuits. George Stephanopoulos, $15 million ABC. Jake Tapper, defamation. CNN, $5 million. Now you can throw in Meta as well, as Zuckerberg's company of Facebook and Instagram yesterday agreed to pay $25 million to settle Donald Trump's lawsuit alleging censorship over the social media giant's suppression of his Facebook and Instagram accounts after January 6th of 2021. No comment from Meta, no comment from the White House, but a source close to Trump confirmed that Meta will pay $25 million under the terms of the settlement. According to the Wall Street Journal, which first reported the settlement for $22 million, that will be the $22 million portion of the payment will go toward a fund for Trump's presidential library. The remainder will go towards legal fees and the other plaintiffs who signed on to the case. So this is yet again another victory for Trump, but it's also a victory for free speech against the censorship cartel. You know, I could have easily have been censored. I might have been, and I still think to some extent, I am shadow banned on X a little bit, but I never was taken off of any of the platforms in 2020 or 2021. Because up until 2022, I was still doing sports, and I couldn't share some of the views that I had of the pandemic, of the George Floyd situation, of January 6th. But I know many of you were deplatformed and shut down on social media. So in a way, if you had the same viewpoints that Trump shared and were, I mean, you're not going to get $22 million, nor do you have a presidential library to contribute it to. But this is a victory, again, for everybody that believes in the First Amendment and should not have social media at the request of a incoming or current administration silencing and suppressing you. Now, granted, Facebook, Twitter, if they want to shut you out, they have the right to do it as their company. But where to me, the First Amendment violations came is when Joe Biden and his administration are yelling at Zuckerberg and these companies, shut that down. That to me is the violation. Sean, I don't know, were you actually shut out? I mean, I know you've had a few like temporary short-term suspensions. I remember, was it a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago, you couldn't get into your account or whatever it was, but were you ever totally deplatformed?
On Facebook, I could not use the platform.
Okay.
I couldn't even make a new account. If I made a new account, it was taken down within minutes.
Okay.
That was after the 2020 election, and we were leading protests on Long Island that, we were saying it was stolen. I actually had to get a new phone in order to make another account. And then they eventually gave me the old one back. I don't know why they did that, but they eventually gave me the old one back. But I was not allowed on Facebook for about 2 or 3 months. I could not, even if I made it under a different name and a different email, I could not make an account. It was crazy.
Boy, I got to tell you, if you're Trump and you're just looking at Zuckerberg, he's cozying up to you. Now he has to give you $25 million. I mean, do you think he just looks at Zuckerberg and is like, that's my B word over there. I made him
That's my B word right there.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the word I can't say on the radio because the FCC thinks it's 1962 still. Yeah. Yeah, he owns it. Like, who's your dad? Remember the scene in Remember the Titans when Denzel Washington goes up to Gary Bertier and he's like, Gary, who's your daddy, Gary? If you want to get on that bus, who's your daddy, Gary? That's Trump right now to Mark Zuckerberg. And I love it. I love every bit of it. All right, we'll come back, find out what occurred today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and what movie Jimmy Kelly has lined up for the Morning Mystery movie clip. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia, Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep. That's a big deal.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. I'm excited to announce that our new home is complete, and it's built just for you. Built for savings, built for service. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. Right now, it's effortless to buy, trade, or upgrade at Colonial Hyundai. Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the region. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Tucson's, Santa Fe's, Palisades, and Konas. For this month only, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. Every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and dock fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 3rd, 2025.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money. Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey Philly, this is Tom Bucks, General Manager of Tasty Baking Company. On behalf of Tasty Cake, I want to wish our team good luck in New Orleans. Be sure to have your favorite Tasty Cake treats like candy cakes and crimpets on hand as you cheer the Birds onto victory. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes. Go Birds!
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Playing it for a reason. As we welcome you back in, Kayal and Company, 9:50 here on this Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, Sean Farish. Farish in for Stalker. Friday show will be great tomorrow. Sean Farish and Joe Conklin will join us. Don't forget, Sunday you can join me at King Shooters, King of Prussia, Sunday from 2 to 4 p.m. Stop on out. I'll be out there. The audience would have heard you had Jimmy had your mic potted up, but yes, Phil Almquist will be there.
Yes,
as well.
I will be there as
That's
well
right.
because I'm going to be filming you over there.
That's right. All right, a couple of things to hit on before we get out of here, including today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But before we get to that, Jimmy Kelly, let's get to that good old morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're trying to kill me.
Marriage is death.
Why now?
Because 2 years ago I slept 8 hours. A year ago it was 12. It's up to 15 now. Pretty soon it's gonna be 24.
What are you trying to do? Scare me?
I need a life.
Get a job!
I don't want a job. I want you.
Get out of the house! Look, sister, I'm out there in the jungle 8 hours a day.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
How about this? A pair of tickets again today to see the people will say we're in love. A special Valentine's Day concert at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. It's coming up on February 14th. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck if you can identify that movie clip. Right now, we get to Phil Almquist for today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 30th, we celebrate the birthday of Phil Collins, who's 74, and Marv Ross from Quarter Flash, who's also 74. quick side note, I may have to talk to Greg because apparently I'm doing research for our music station down the hall because they did not know it was Phil Collins' birthday, which is a sin. Also, heavily birthday shout-outs to Steve Marriott from the Small Faces. Single include Please Please Me by the Beatles in 64, Rock This Town by the Stray Cats in 81, Rocket by Def Leppard in the UK in 89, Eternal Flame by the Bangles also in 89, and Crush with Eyeliner by REM in 95. Albums that could Run with the Pack by Bad Company in 76, Slide It In by Whitesnake in the UK in 84, Futuristic Dragon by T-Rex in 76, Captured by Journey in 81, Young and Crazy by Tiger Tales in 87, Queensryche debut in 82, and Fabulous Disaster by Exodus in 1989. Also in 88, Robbie Robertson for the band was on SNL. On that same day, In Excess were the top of the singles chart with Need You Tonight. In 56, Elvis recorded Blue Suede Shoes. In 73, Kiss played their very first show. In 71, Neil Young performed The Needle and the Damage Done at UCLA a year before it was recorded and released. And in 89, Don Henley filled in for drums on Guns N' Roses' song Patience at the American Music Awards. But lastly, on this day in 69, the Beatles played their lunchtime rooftop gig on top of the Apple Building in London, a place I hope to visit this fall. It was their last public performance for Kayal and Company. I'm Phil Lundquist.
It's good to know.
It is good to know.
Good to know. The more you listen, the more you know. Dawn Stensland is coming up 6 minutes from now, and we find out what she has lined up at 10 o'clock.
Oh, there's so much developing. Obviously, we'll continue to bring you the latest developments as they happen. News conferences from the new Trump administration, and then as well the confirmation hearings, but a lot locally. We'll tell you what's going on. Just this morning, we're 6 minutes away from some live events happening in Philadelphia, talking about the state of education and what's going on statewide in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, as far as lawmakers reacting, especially to these ICE operations. So we'll bring you up to date with all of it. You won't miss a thing. We're live and local right here.
All right. The Dawn Show is coming up next. Everybody stay tuned for that. We are back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. As Senator John Fetterman would say,
good night, everybody.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a Designer Collection Grand Prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.